All right, is this on? Hmm. One thing I definitely notice is that all my shit takes up and makes a whole lot of fucking noise. That doesn't really look bad. Let me see if this works. I did this, though my feet are killing me. Okay, good to know. All right. All right, this lag is gonna suck. Oh my god, really? Okay. That's just nuts. Anybody tuning in right now is probably in for kind of a boring time. But hey, glad you're here, so say hi if you're around. Let's see here. No, that doesn't have it. That's not the same keyboard. So guess that's the only one I'm going to get for the moment. What kind of delay do I have? About a 3.5, 4 second delay. Good to know. So I'm going to go ahead and take these. I'm going to take the monitor headphones off. So now I've only got the headphones for my main machine on. Which is cool because trying to wear 2 sets of headphones, pain in the ass. Con. Not quite the same effect. How's it going, Bez? Did you have a good day? Did you actually get some sleep and hang out and stuff on your day off and whatever? Cool. It's like listening to a bunch of people talking, some streamers and stuff, talking about how naps are such a waste of time. I feel like if I'm napping or something, it's like that's time I could be doing something else. This whole Sigma thing, this grinding mindset. It's like, yeah, no. Sleep and naps are not just for old people. Sleep is underrated, if anything. Yeah, right? My only problem is if I take a power nap in the middle of the day, I'll be up all night. Which I didn't have one today, so we'll see how this goes. Who knows? I might actually get to bed before 3 a.m. So the tree's coming along. Cool. Yeah, I'm sure you'll get it done before Christmas. I mean, you made a lot of progress over the last couple of days just kind of looking at stuff, so I think it's looking pretty cool. It's coming along. You can have a nice tree on your stream. So I'm afraid I don't have a whole lot to to look at the moment. I decided to make this now loading screen I had this goofy idea, because since you and I were talking about the whole isekai bit and stuff, and I joked about having the thing with whimsies. There was a running gag about going up those mystery stairs in the middle of the forest and stuff. And so my whole shtick was I was like, okay, I'm gonna go up the stairs against Whimsy's better judgment and stuff, and bang, what's the worst that could happen? Well, I got isekai'd into becoming a VTuber. So I got sent to the VTuber world. Of course, that actually sparked a whole bunch of jokes about becoming the first stair-tuber, but all right, we'll gloss over that part. Yeah. So go up the stairs, bang. Ended up as a VTuber, only just kind of in limbo. Hence the whole Inception arc. So I figure rather than kind of trying to do all the stuff behind the scenes, why not just go ahead and, meta stream it? So my initial streaming will be me putting together my stream. So it's entertaining to me anyway, but I'm probably a dork like that, so I don't know. But I kind of figure this whole command line thing, since there's really nothing here, there's nothing to look at just yet. Reverting back to the old school green screen with a blinking block cursor seemed kind of appropriate, at least for starting. Besides, I figure most people nowadays don't even know what the hell what the command line even is, let alone actually seen one. Oh, but yeah. So anyway, let me see if I can show you, because we were talking about how the thing about, watching Nutty on screen, Nutty is a great resource and stuff. It's got all these cool things. C sharps and flats. No, that's okay. You know what? You are not alone. But so yeah. I was talking about how I haven't gotten the chance to hook up like a second keyboard just yet. But when I was playing, and how I was playing with the keyboard and stuff, like my actual music keyboard and everything. And so it has MIDI built in, which I've used it before. Like I said, playing with GarageBand and Ableton and everything, and just kind of messing around and stuff, and doing some minor composition. Because part of the thing that I do is, and some of the things I'm hoping to do on stream a little bit is a bit of game development, but it's literally doing everything on my end. So the game development, the graphics, including also all the music and stuff. And my voice is kind of going in and out, so you'll excuse the whole hoarseness and stuff. But so anyway, this is the culprit. Let me see if I can kind of pull this up here. I guess I can add an image to the screen. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Even though right now it's constantly cracking and stuff, because it's like I was saying the other day, if you don't use it, the only catch about working from home is that I basically sit in silence all day long. And so that whole, if you don't, the use it or you lose it, if you don't actually talk, I totally get why some people, like, if they take this to an extreme, they completely forget how to talk. So, if you don't actually use your vocal cords, they get all hoarse and tight and everything and start cracking. It's nuts. It's just like when you get sick, like when you're, you can't really speak and it's all messed up and stuff. And so, yeah, right now, I kind of sound a little terrible. At least relative to normal, anyway. But let me see if I can pull this up and if this actually works. Oh, yeah. I think. Yep. So this is the culprit. This is my old ass keyboard. So it's a Kawai FS 800 that I have had like forever, and dabbled and played every now and then, kind of off and on and stuff. And the cool thing is that I found out through doing the MIDI experiments and stuff, not only are all the standard keys, like on the actual board itself, like the piano keys, all of those can actually send MIDI control signals, but also if you see in the like the lower left corner and stuff, those are actually a couple of sliders, or not sliders, but like they're knobs that you can twist. Like the first one is a pitch bend, so it's spring loaded to go back to center, but then the one on the right of it is a modulation. So basically it has like it goes from a 0 to like about 112 numerically and stuff. And then the keys themselves can send signals. Also, that bank of like the up and down cursors and stuff, like kind of in this just off to the left to center, those actually respond to controls, and you can actually push them up, and you can use the up and down, and then the center button actually has like a middle default value. And then the number pad actually also responds, as well as the actual drum pads on the right there, those funky triangle pads. So all of those actually work as control buttons and levers and actions that I can use on the to basically perform MIDI functions and controls. And what's cool is with that plugin on OBS, I'm able to actually go ahead and hook those up and control the different scene elements and stuff. So I don't know if you have like a MIDI keyboard, if you're actually thinking about one, but I'm thinking some MIDI controllers are actually cheaper than a Stream Elements deck. Not as cheap as a $20 keyboard, but still, if you can get a hold of one of these for a relatively low cost, it's actually probably kind of worth it. So the plugin that I'm using, it's called OBS MIDI. Now there's two versions of it. There's an older version that actually worked before, like the newest version of OBS 28, and it's not quite it's got a few issues with it. So, and it obviously doesn't work for the latest version whatsoever. But let me see if I can. Oh wait, what the hell? Why am I stressing? This is my chat. I can post whatever the hell links I want. Not every button on it, but like I said, the main keyboard, the main piano keys, those sliders, I can enter numeric values directly with that keypad, and then like I said, I can also assign bindings to the pads and to those pitch wheels and the modulation wheels. So all told, this is like what, a 64 key keyboard. So that's 64 plus like, plus another like maybe dozen control, or, about a dozen extra controls and stuff. So yeah, I've got a lot of room in terms of what I can actually do. So once you've actually got the MIDI installed, it'll give you an additional menu option in the tools bar. Wait, you said you're using Streamlabs, right? You're not using OBS? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna label the crap out of this so I remember what all the macros are and everything. Oh, you do use OBS. Okay, cool. So, and I think I have to do this as a separate window. Oh, wait. That's unexpected. Let me try adding OBS as an actual window source. I don't know. Does it actually show the pop-ups when you do this? Transform the screen. There we go. Yeah, I've actually got two computers. I've got the main Mac, which is the one that I do like all the development and obviously the streaming and stuff on, which is where OBS is running. I've also got a much older iMac on the side that usually I just have somebody stream up or like, you know, music and whatever that I'm running. But for now, I've actually got the moderator view for the channel up, so I can actually watch and see what the stream looks like over there. And instead of trying to actually look at it on the you know, and try to flip between the screens and stuff over on the main machine, because I've only got a single monitor. I'm trying to get a second monitor for this, just, you know, to make things a little bit easier, both for working, for streaming, and everything. So, okay, in the tools, so if you go to the tools menu, like I said, after you actually get the plugin, it adds like this OBS MIDI MG setup option to the tools menu, which of course you don't see that on the stream, but does it pop up here? No, you don't bloody see this. How? Can I make this work? You know what, let me do this then. I'll try doing this the old-fashioned way. Let me... Because I'm pretty sure this is the thing you're not supposed to do. Like the whole full display capture. Okay, so all right, all the porn is hidden and blah blah blah, so this should be safe. No doxing. uh, until like I get some stupid message from somewhere, but we'll just have to let that go. All right, so, and yes, like I said, I use Chatterino, so there you go. Ha, won't work. You're in headphones. You learn really quickly when you get a nasty feedback loop. That, yeah, no. All right. So, do you see this? Yeah, okay, cool. All right. So like I said, over here in the tools menu, you see like this OBS MIDI setup once it's actually, once you've actually got the plugin installed. So now when you kind of come in here, this is where you can actually see all of the bindings. And you see I've played with a few different toggles right now, which are pretty cool because, you know, one of the things that I've been really wanting is a mute button so that I can actually control, like especially if I have to cough, clear my throat, sneeze, blah blah blah, if I get up or adjust and whatever, I want to be able to real quickly mute and stuff. But so these different bindings and stuff, it's actually kind of cool the way you can set these up. So you just basically, you make sure that the device is set properly. Obviously, you can just go ahead and create a new binding, and then in the new binding, it will go ahead and kind of give you like the different triggers that you can use. Like basically, like the standard keys would be would be playing notes on the keyboard, and then there's like some of the other buttons like the keypad and the pitch bend and modulation wheels. Those are actually those are like part of the control changes. Meanwhile, actually no, the pitch wheels are the control changes, as well as those up and down buttons, which usually control the equalizer, but then I can actually reprogram those in the MIDI. So they're great for actually being able to bring things up and down and everything. And then program change is actually hooked into the keypad, which is a little bit flaky, and I'm a little scared to kind of test that because when I was testing it yesterday, it wound up crashing OBS. So I guess we'll just kind of see how this goes. And you can actually do an echo command. So it's basically just like when you're programming macros or other hotkeys or whatever, where you can basically hit the press a key to to program this. So you hit a key and it's listening for the key to bind. That's basically what the listen once and the listen continuous does. The cool thing is the listen once will only listen for a single button press, whereas the listen continuous means you can go ahead and you can play with multiple buttons and whatever, and see what the different controls are. So this is going to be really good when I eventually get my labels down, so that I can start labeling what all the buttons are and the controls. So if I click on listen continuous, so when I press the keys on the piano keyboard, those are automatically note on, and so you notice that they automatically change automatically change the value. So I'm pressing low C all the way on the left. So that's note number 36, channel number 1. And of course I had to make sure that in the MIDI control that the channels were correct and stuff. Once I actually got that the channels set so that it knew where to and how to listen to the device, piece of cake. And the actual MIDI encoder that I have lets me set up to 16 different channels. So that's good because this board actually I think makes use of at least 5 channels, I think. But so yeah, I've got the 1, 2, 3 the different buttons and stuff on the keyboard that I can just go ahead and use. And every time I press these, I can see which note and which channel and what code is each key and stuff, so that I know, and I'll be able to label that stuff later, right? And the standard keys, this is a real basic keyboard, so it only has the 2 settings. It's got the either it's off or full velocity, and the velocity values are from 0 to 127. So it's either the button, it's either the key is not pressed or the key is pressed. So it's not one of the more expensive keyboards where it's actually you can it controls it and stuff. Hold a note and set an action and hit the note once and do a different one. I'm not sure on that yet. Yeah, I'm still kind of playing with those. But some of the things that I did find out. So, for example, I can hit a note, let's say that I'm just going to press middle C, which that's button number 60. Now down here, I can actually tell it what things I want to go ahead and do, and it gives me the different parts of OBS that I want to control. So it's a little bit like, when you go into the hotkeys and stuff, but it kind of gives you a little bit more versatility, I think, in terms of what it lets you do. I can do scene switching. I can I can have it, turn things on and off. For example, with recording, I might actually go ahead and have the macro, not the macros, but I can have like the commands, have it start, stop, or toggle the recording. And there's also like a pause and resume and stuff that I can toggle in and everything. So I can basically set this to pretty much whatever kind of things I want. Or if I want to turn the virtual camera on and off, or, you know, some of the things that I was doing, you know, is setting up some mute controls, you know, and then also I was trying to play with some scene switching, you know, which still kind of in process to, like, you know, to kind of work with. But so like over here, I set, like, you know, the first key just as a test is, you know, so that very first key, I, you know, just tried to see if I could set it to studio mode. I personally never use studio mode, so I have, you know, but I have it set to toggle it so that, you know, if I just go ahead and hit the button, oh, I actually have to stop listening. I have to make sure you stop listening and stuff, otherwise it blocks, like, you know, the normal functionality. But once it's actually set in program, so if I hit the button, so I hit that button and now it automatically kicks me into, you know, into studio mode, you know, turning it on off as a toggle. You know, and then I also went ahead and I added a couple of other bindings because I've been doing a lot of video recording. So I wanted it to display the actual, well, I wanted to easily start and stop recording because it was kind of a pain to be able, you know, to try to, you know, especially if I'm doing like other things and trying to like manage other pieces of the video and then trying to go back to OBS and then stop the recording or start the recording, you know, so it was really useful to go ahead and make sure that I had that set. You know, so of course I can just, you know, turn on the recording, turn it off, single key press, and I don't remember what, oh, wait, yeah, okay. See, this is why I have to diagram everything and make sure that I put notes on stuff. That I think I have it tagged. I have that set to like one of the first button pads. The only catch is that the keyboard, it's not quite over there, so I got to reach all the way over here. Oops, I got to reach all the way over here to be able to turn this off. And I need to lubricate the crap out of my chair. Oh, really? You use studio mode to, you have to use it. That's interesting. Because so far when I've actually done like the scene changes or whatever, it's not, at least I haven't noticed it. It just seems like it just comes up normally. Huh. I mean, I guess it's kind of cool for pre-staging stuff, especially if you want to change what the transition and stuff looks like. Oh, that's a cool keybind. You have it set to hit the space bar. So you basically hit a space bar and then a number, and then it takes you to like to whatever scene in the list is. That's actually pretty cool. So nice, nice. Space in one, space two. So yeah, that's almost like a macro. Oh wait, is that part of the program that that Nutty had set up or whatever, that, you know, that tool that he put out, the one that doesn't work on the Mac? Because I know he had a bunch of like I saw that they were Visual Basic scripts, so I knew he had basically coded a bunch of macros to use with that thing. Yeah, Noobs Commander. Yeah, and yeah, no, I mean, it looks really cool, but like I said, the second I saw that it was using VBS scripts, I already knew that it wasn't going to work. At least it wasn't going to work on Mac, you know. But I think it's actually pretty awesome that he wrote that extension to go ahead and add all that additional functionality for the PC users, which is fantastic. But alas, I do not have, or at least, I mean, technically I do have a PC that's actually over in the living room connected to the TV, because at the time I refused to pay for Hulu. I still refuse to pay for Hulu. Fuck Hulu. But anyway, I digress. But eventually I'm going to wind up having to get a new PC anyway, because I need more power, Scotty. I'm going to have to wind up getting like a big rig so that I can do some heavier duty stuff. Like, I tried doing some basic editing with DaVinci Resolve, and having DaVinci and OBS and a half dozen browser windows open on my Mac nearly killed it. So I'm thinking I get the PC rig, put DaVinci Resolve on that, and then basically have that as a video source into the Mac, which I'll use to run OBS Studio. Yeah, DaVinci was pretty heavy, especially with a decent size. Actually, that wasn't even a decent size movie. So, but I don't know. It could also have just been that particular circumstance, because it wasn't too far later on, like maybe a couple hours later, that was when OBS crashed on me. So, who knows? One other annoying thing about the Mac and stuff is that Mac OS blocks desktop sounds from actually being captured by different programs. Like, so for example, OBS doesn't natively it won't just pick up like if I'm running a game, OBS won't the OS actually blocks OBS from hearing the game audio. So what you have to end up what I ended up having to do is I had to get another utility, another little program, which actually creates a virtual device, which if I open up, where is it? If I open up Media Setup, so actually this is where you'll see how I've got the media devices hooked up. So you see I've actually got I've got a Roland UM1, which is the media interface that connects the keyboard to the computer and stuff. I don't know. On one hand, it's lame. From a tech perspective, it's kind of lame, just because, as a non newbie or a non, well, let me rephrase this. As somebody who actually is comfortable enough with the guts of things, I'm okay with getting my hands a little bit dirty and stuff. I appreciate that Mac actually kind of keeps the casual user and stuff, like the whole having to install drivers and do all that other crap that you have to constantly do with the Windows machines. I actually appreciate not having to deal with that shit. Right? I mean, for the most part, things just work when you just kind of plug it into the Mac and stuff. I mean, I did have to update the Roland driver, but that was because I went from 32-bit OS to to the 64-bit OS upgrade. So yeah, I needed to actually get a new driver. Okay. Yeah, Windows, and then God forbid, well, Linux even still, I think is still an easier time than to a lot of degrees than working with PCs. But take that with an extreme grain of salt, because let's face it, On Linux, sometimes you literally have to compile code. So Windows isn't the worst, but it's still enough of a pain that, with an Apple, you don't have to, not having to deal with it. It's kind of cool. The only catch to to that is then you basically subscribe to Mac's way of thinking. They like to sandbox everything. They basically try to keep everything separate, which is cool for safety reasons and stuff. And like I said, there's a reason why most of the viruses affect Windows boxes, and to a lesser degree, Macs. You can still get obviously viruses on a Mac, but definitely not as much as on Windows. Because there's just so many hooks into the OS on Windows, it's ridiculous, right? So it's a trade-off. Yeah. Is it necessarily, are Macs actually better? Well, no. Okay, I'll be completely honest. I am I'm a lifer IT guy. I've been in IT since I was 16. So I mean, literally the better part of, we're talking, well, we're talking a really long time here. you know, and I spent a lot of that time as an integration engineer. So my job was pretty much trying to get all the different systems to work. So my perspective, I hate everybody. They all suck, especially when you try to get them to play nice together. So Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever else, pick your flavor and everything. Fuck them all. I know a bit. I mean, I've probably forgotten more than some people might ever know, and that's not exactly a bad thing. But so, oh yeah, what I was actually saying. So because of that whole sandboxing thing, you have to. I had to install essentially a piece of software that actually creates a virtual audio device, which it's called Black Hole. I forget like the name of it, which, and unless you're using a Mac, it doesn't really matter anyway. But yeah, this whole black hole thing, it actually creates two devices. It creates this black hole, which is an audio input. It basically lets you kind of like choose an input output, and what it does is it actually captures. It allows you to capture and redirect the actual desktop sound, and it lets you kind of port it into into two different outputs. So it's kind of like a software based splitter almost. So you can take an input, you can actually direct the output to the standard desktop as well as to like a virtual device, which that's what this multi-output device is. And once you've actually got this multi-output device configured on the machine, then you can actually go in, and in the preferences, you can go and you can set the output, instead of actually being the internal systems, which the internal speakers will automatically select between the internal speakers or the headphones if you have them plugged in. The multi-output device automatically directs stuff to the to the actual device driver. So any of your desktop sounds automatically redirect and go through this device. And also, while I'm here, remember how I was talking about how I was, my poor man's stereo mic setup and everything? I mentioned I had those two USB mics. I had the Rock Band and the Guitar Hero mics. Right now, I'm only using the right-hand mic. Because again, I'm not trying to do any kind of stereo stuff right now. It's just so I only need a mono mic. Yeah, yep, still here with with the rod sticking out, and it's actually working pretty well. And until I get money from the hobby to to actually non-scuff the stream, I'm gonna stick with this for a while until it just sounds too terribly that I have to upgrade or something, or like I said, depending on how if people like what I'm doing, cool deal. There are no rubber bands anymore. It's Actually, I didn't actually take a picture of the new one of the quote unquote upgrade to the scuff, but that first picture that I'd posted on Twitter. So yes, that is actually a medicine pill cap to try to make the diameter of the rod thicker, so those clamps would actually hold it securely. But because it was smooth plastic, it was actually kind of it kept the clamps kept sliding. So even though I'd kind of space them out at an angle to kind of sit upwards a little bit, they would eventually gradually, come down to like a full, low position and stuff, which kind of sucked. So I grabbed the good old duct tape and I put a few layers of duct tape. I wrapped a few layers on there to make it slightly thicker, and deliberately, since there's a slight taper anyway to the to the actual medicine bottle, so it actually naturally kind of created creases and stuff as I wrapped layers around it, and so that kind of gave it enough grip so that now I can tighten down the clamps and it actually stays in position. So yes, my scuff stream that so far has cost me $0. Although, like I said, anybody getting started, go to GameStop. Go to GameStop, pick up a used Guitar Hero mic, Logitech USB microphone. This is what it sounds like. I've added a few basic filters to make the mic sound a little bit better. But besides that, this is how it sounds for a $9 mic. Or $8 if you have a GameStop membership. So, but I took those two mics, and this is my Scuff 3D-IO dual mic stereo mic setup, where I've just basically got the two USB mics and I've got them set up as an aggregate device hooked together. And then I just basically have the left mic pan to the left output channel, and the right mic pan to the right output channel. I have no idea what the Yeti mics actually sound like, so I'll take your word for it. Although a lot of the tutorials that you see on YouTube and stuff, I mean, there's a ton of tutorials that basically tell you how to make your mic sound better. I think everybody should go through them, especially with OBS that we're dealing with over here, right? Incidentally, well, I'll come back to this real quick because I'm going all over the place, just kind of showing off part of the scuff behind the scenes thing that you were asking about. With the whole audio, I do have like another set here, the audio sources, where I've got the audio source mic. You're not gonna really, oh wait, I'm sharing the desktop, so this should be okay. If I go and I scroll up, I don't know if people do this. No, that's cool. I mean, come on, what really was I gonna do on stream today? I was just gonna shoot the breeze and chill and just kind of work on stuff, and and I said I was gonna go ahead and show you I was gonna show you all this stuff, so it's all good. Anybody else who sees this later on, if they're interested as well, you have strange taste, but okay. But yeah, the audio sources, does this show up? Or wait. Oh no, this completely hides it again. Alright, so yeah, that's not gonna work. I was gonna try to show the filters, but I guess that's not really going to work. But I mean, I can screenshot and show, but the basic audio source filters are fairly straightforward. And like I said, I actually just followed a couple of YouTube tutorials and ended up tuning and playing with the settings to what worked with between my voice and the mic. I think the real key is when you do mic tuning, I don't know how much you've actually done on yours and stuff, so I'm probably just preaching to the choir or anything. But the equalizer was probably the biggest thing to make it to really make the mic sound really really good, because with my voice in particular, there's like certain, I mean, again, there's certain registers and stuff. It's like I found out which of the sliders actually kind of tune in my voice the best. If somebody else has like a higher pitched voice or whatever else, then of course they're gonna have different, they'll obviously be in like a different hertz range on the equalizer and stuff. But basically, just kind of tune and adjust it to just make it kind of sound mellow or brighter or whatever else, or kind of fill in stuff. So what you're hearing is mostly my voice with just a little bit of tweaking on the equalizer. But other than that, this is like au natural. There's no other kind of processing on the sound and stuff. So I'm kind of impressed with, like you said, I'm impressed with how this this mic sounds. If it sounds as good as a Yeti, I'll take it. But oh yeah, the meaty setup. Very important thing that I was actually, it was kind of cool. First thing I wanted to do was set up that mic toggle, right? And so now the keyboard, like I said, my in my office where I've got things set up, the floor is carpeted, and so I don't actually have the chair that I'm using actually does have wheels, but it doesn't have like a decent set of wheels, so it doesn't really roll very well on the carpet. I need to get one of those mats or whatever. But that also means that if I'm actually right up by the key, by the computer, and typing and the general workstation, I kind of have to turn and kind of wheel back to get to the other end of the key of the piano keyboard. So no, actually, I thought your mic. I actually thought that your audio sounds pretty decent. So I mean, I think it's nothing wrong with it. It sounds good. You definitely don't sound like you're using a $10 mic. I'll tell you that. But so, but what I did was I took this mic and I set this up so that I have like the audio $20. Hey, you know what? It works. It was a good investment. $20 mic, so basically what, twice as good as a $10 mic? Maybe 3 times, 4 times as good. Actually, which mic are you using anyway? Is it a USB mic? Actually, it has to be for it to but like, you want to throw out which model you got and whatever? So, oh, how are those? I actually saw them on Amazon and I was really curious. The Five Fines. I was actually, that was going to be the mic set that I was going to get. I was going to pick up a pair of those to do this before I found that I had like these 2 mics. So I mean, I know how they sound. Well, I've heard you on it and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think they sound pretty good. Okay, 30, but yeah, that's actually a really highly rated mic on Amazon. It's like what, 4 stars with a couple of thousand reviews. So I think that's actually pretty good. It's pretty highly rated. And yeah, they sound pretty awesome. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I really think that having like those boom stands, I think that's actually pretty important because I've already got enough clutter on my desktop where if I had to actually have another thing like a mic stand, like right in the middle of shit, like I kind of feel like I'd knock it over just, as I'm typing, I suddenly turn and then bang, everything kind of falls and you go, well, great, now I'm screwed. So, yeah. Oh, actually keep forgetting I have a mute button now. So the next time I have to go ahead and mute, oops. And yeah, I can go ahead and hack up a lung and everything, and I can actually, if I just have to remember to reach over and hit the button, which I've got that one in quick reach, so real easy. And also like the desktop audio, oops, the desktop audio. So if I want to go ahead and mute that out and everything, so if I've got any other sounds and stuff, I can go ahead and kill the sound of that directly. And I've got those on individual key bindings and stuff up here. So I've got like the mute for the mic and then also the desktop audio. I've got those on two separate. You can choose the audio sources and choose which of the sources that you actually want to assign to the binding, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, yeah, farties or like I said, moving around, getting up, or the last minute sneeze, everything else. All that stuff you just have to go ahead and kind of, at least that you never want anybody to hear, but, or I don't know. I mean, I don't judge. But the the thing that I thought was actually really cool about using the MIDI over actually using a keyboard, because with the keyboard, it's basically you have to you'd have to at best like keep tapping or whatever, as opposed to having like a smooth. There's no like knob type control. Which I've got another USB. I've got another like USB knob, which that sounds so bad, but I guess it's just like it's literally it's like a knob, like a wheel that I can actually use to just scroll. Which if I needed to, I could use that, and I'll probably use that for like DaVinci and stuff to try to go ahead and pan through like the different through video and stuff to make it easier to to find markers and everything. But the volume controls on here, I had those. Remember, I said like I had those like those up down arrows and stuff. Those are all single controls and stuff. So I wound up binding those to the ended up binding those to like the volume controls and just simply set them to, because they're like the set values and stuff. And so I just have it automatically set like the source volume to like to whatever that value is, and it's pretty cool because now all I have to do is I can actually just go ahead and hit like the up and down keys, and it'll just automatically turn like it'll automatically adjust the volume up and down, and then that center button will actually automatically go ahead and just put it back in like whatever the default is. And I've got that one for the for the desktop. So again, if a game is like too loud or whatever else, I can turn down the desktop, and then I can also control the mic and stuff as well separately as well. And then it does the same thing where I can hit the the reset button and it takes it back, which I should probably turn that back up all the way. So yeah, that's the cool thing. Now, the one thing that I was having an issue with that I couldn't quite get working was I wanted to try to assign. I wanted to assign like the keypad to basically go on a list. Like one of the interesting things that you can actually go ahead and do, and I'll go ahead to this unused binding, is for example, like there's like certain things here, like with the scene switching and like video sources. So the scene switching and then the source switching and stuff. You know, there you can switch, and then I can either set a key explicitly to an actual scene. So basically, it's kind of like what you do, where but instead of having to hit the space and then a one or space or two, whatever, I just, you know, I've got enough keys where I can just basically just press the key to go directly to that scene, right? But there's a way that, you know, this whole thing, like the use message value, if the actual MIDI device controls, or I'm sorry, supports it, then you can take that value. If it returns like a numeric value and stuff, it'll actually go ahead and post that to the list. So in this case with the scene switching, like let's say I press, like, you know, theoretically if I press the one key, then it'll take me to the first item in the scenes list, and then 2 would take me to the second item, 3 would take me to the third item, so on and so forth. I don't know if it's the key, if it's like my keyboard, or if it's the driver or whatever else. It didn't work as well as I'd hoped, which, you know, that's okay. It would have been kind of cool, because obviously if I actually bound something explicitly to a if I bound it explicitly to a scene, then of course the minute you actually load a different scene collection, then all of your bindings break. That's the only catch to that. So that's why I was kind of hoping to be able to, like, you know, be able to like select something from, like, you know, with the number, and it would automatically take me to the list. So I mean, that's the cool thing that Nutty's thing does, like, you know, again, the space 1, space 2, space 3. So that way the cool thing is it's always going to take you to that first item in the list, the second item in the list, third item in the list. So no matter what scene collection that you have, you know, if you have like a, you know, different set of collections or whatever, it's as long as like the order stays the same, or stays what you need it to, then yeah, you'll always just go to that first item, second item, third. So if you always, like, you know, order your scenes the same way, then, you know, it's just gonna work. But for now, I just have to go ahead and manually set that up. So like, for example, I can set this to the now loading, and if I go back, wait, what the hell key did I bind that to? Always label your stuff beforehand. Let's see, I'm going to make sure that I've got that bound to a key that I know, which I'm going to pick this one. Right in the middle. I kind of figure that I'll save like the I'll save like the second octave, and I'll use those for all of my keys and stuff. Actually, it was the C sharp. Middle C is, I think, C3, so that would technically be C2. It's like, you know, the one octave lower. So C2, so C sharp, or C2 sharp. Or do they call that C sharp 2? I don't remember. But good guess. But you know what? It's easy. Did you ever play piano? Like, if you've ever messed around with the keyboard and stuff, or played piano, it's like, yeah, everybody knows like middle C. It's, you know, everybody can kind of pick that out. It's easy to find on the keyboard. But you're bad at it. Yeah, that's okay. Me too. So, yes. My keyboard was effectively a table. I had, like, you know, like the bills and stuff that I needed to pay, a bunch of stuff, like, you know, my whiteboard markers and things like that, notepad. Basically, I had all sorts of crap. So the parts that weren't covered with paper and whatever was collecting dust. Of course, in the living room, my electric guitar and my bass, well, they're not in their cases, they're on stands, so they're more art pieces instead of actual instruments. But yeah, they're I gotta dust those. My ukulele is at least in the case, so I have to dust the case off, but the ukulele itself should be fine. So, in my defense, I was actually I had unpacked them specifically because I was going to play them. I was going to use them. And because I have like a Rocksmith on my PS3, and I was using that to to learn how to play and practice with the bass and the guitar, which I found out I like bass a lot more than like guitar. You know, but my PS3 gave out. It died on me. The power supply or whatever. It just finally decided to go kaput. So no Rock Band. So yes, they are art pieces. So at this point, I might as well just go ahead and get the wall mount where they have the hanger that you hang the guitar by the necks or whatever, and you just mount them on the wall and everything. And yeah, they'll just look cool at this point. Maybe I'll play them, but I'm not sure if I want to subject my neighbors to that just yet. We'll see. At some point. Well, I mean, I need to actually work on the bass a little bit, so I want to actually replace the pickups because it was a secondhand bass. So the the one of the pickups isn't working very well, so I want to actually go ahead and just replace both pickups and stuff and kind of refurbish the thing. The guitar is actually it's a pretty nice Epiphone. I wound up buying that specifically to play with Rocksmith. So no Guitar Hero garbage. This is the real deal, an actual guitar, an actual amp, and everything. And again, gathering dust, looking cool when they're nice and shiny, though. Friends come over. Oh, do you play? Not really. I don't play. I dabble. So, but yeah, I mean, that's the. Oh shit, I forgot. I gotta. Again, this doesn't let you do anything when you're still actively listening, which, yeah, I set this to C2, right? Yep. Okay, so let's turn that off. So now the key binding is set. I should probably rename it to. Probably didn't really need to, but whatever. I'm gonna forget about this come tomorrow anyway, and I'll be like, what the hell does that hooked up to? Which, yes, I'll need a template to label everything so I know what all the keys do. But yeah, so now if I actually go ahead and I switch over, I think the Be Right Back. Yep, I've got audio sources on the Be Right Back scene. But now, so I'm on the Be Right Back scene doing whatever thing that I do. And again, if I actually had to go do something that made a lot of noise, which would probably end up being another room, if you can hear the toilet flush from here, then damn, this mic is better than I thought. But otherwise, I'd mute so that you couldn't hear me do anything. But now I come back and hit the key on the keyboard, and then all of a sudden it comes back to cool. It just works. And it was probably just as easy as the extra driver for plugging in the second keyboard and stuff. So, although I did find a program to hook up to the keyboard, to hook up a separate keyboard. I don't remember how it supports macros and stuff because, like I said, I haven't gotten around to actually installing it and setting up the second keyboard and stuff. And like I said, I already had the MIDI controller, so I just decided to run with this for now. And I think it works out. The only catch right now is that you can't use a MIDI device with more than one with more than one program at a time. So if I've got the MIDI controller controlling OBS Studio, if I open up GarageBand, yeah, something's gonna break. So it's only gonna work for one at a time. So like at some point, I want to either pick up or build like a separate MIDI device, which that was kind of one of the things I mentioned I wanted to do as one of the building streams. Maybe go ahead and build a MIDI controller using like a couple of Arduinos and stuff. So I think I've got an Arduino. I've got a couple of Arduinos in storage that I got to go pick up, which unfortunately I never got around to using. Sure. So yeah. That really works out. But this is my scuff. Let me switch off the desktop. Cool deal. Oh, hey, welcome back. Actually, that's a good point. What's my drink look like? Still okay. Oh, you know what? I actually just remembered. I hadn't eaten before stream, so I think like an hour beforehand, like around like 7ish or so, I had about 7:30. I had gotten hungry and didn't really have anything on hand, so I decided to make some bread because I happen to have a lot of flour. You know, like those Costco 25-pound bags that you can pick up. They're like what, maybe $10. So I ended up getting them because I bake a bit. You know, like pizza. Pizza's a huge thing, right? So I kind of figured that what I could do is actually a girlfriend that I had a long time ago, like back in my college days or whatever, or just out of college ish. You know, she was talking is like, you know, she grew up. She actually her family was, you know, grew up kind of poor in Missouri or Missouri, as a, you know, the way she says it. But you know, I mean, so they kind of learn to, like, you know, basically how to save, how to, I don't know, how to get by and stuff, and you know the whole thing. When you don't have a lot of money, you got to improvise and stuff. Or not improvise, but you have to be creative. You know, obviously you can't like go eat out and stuff, but you know, sometimes hey, if you can't afford a loaf of bread, but flour is cheap, so baking, you can get like a bag of flour for the same cost as like, you know, actually for less than a loaf of bread, and you can get, you know, a lot more out of it. You can make a lot more loaves of bread than, you know, with a bag of flour, with that bag of flour that you bought for less than, at least less than what I pay now for, like, you know, for Sara Lee artisan bread. Right? And yeah, so because of her and stuff, and you know, just in general, who doesn't love the smell of freshly baked bread, right? So I got into baking and, you know, making bread and stuff like that. Actually, it's also partly because of my uncle. My uncle, I grew up having his bread, and he made this. He just makes this awesome bread that is fantastic. You know, it's actually kind of a little bit of a story about it. Yeah, and I'd forgotten about it until, like, you know, my cousin and I were talking about it one day and stuff, and you know, he and my uncle joined in and stuff. But he used to make just regular bread, you know, nothing to write home about. It was okay, you know, homemade and stuff, but it wasn't like, you know, good. His has like this texture and this like sweetness to this that I can't really quite explain. But so one day he was making bread and stuff, and you know, my cousins and I happened to be visiting and stuff that day. My brother and I were visiting, you know, and I don't know what it was, but apparently, you know, my cousins and I, you know, my cousins and my brothers and stuff were just being really irritating or annoying and everything. And my uncle is actually really even tempered, so for him to get irritated, you know, we had to be doing something stupid at the time. But he actually got so mad that he lost his place in like the whole while he was making the bread and everything, and he, you know, he kind of threw it together, and he was upset while he was doing it, so he didn't really remember. So when it came out, we all just kind of marveled, like, oh my god, this is like the best that you've done, you know, and stuff. This bread tastes fantastic. And he just kind of sat back, is like, I was so pissed off, I don't know what I did. But he managed to just, whatever it was, he managed to kind of recreate that, and that became his signature bread for, like, you know, the rest of his life. You know, all of his people, you know, the church members, his friends, family, whatever else, it was like a big thing. This bread that can be attributed and accredited to him being upset at my cousins and I one day. So that's his magic bread recipe. get pissed off at the kids, do some shit, and bang, kill their bread. I wound up probably spending months experimenting, trying to get close to the taste of his bread. I never perfected it. I didn't quite perfect it or whatever, but I got pretty darn close. So the secret ingredient is hatred. Probably. Well, nah. My uncle's not really like that, but yes, there's a definite degree of irritation that went into that bread. Yes. So, but that was partly what fueled my own desire to bake and everything. And you know, so I occasionally make bread, and kind of coming back to what I was actually originally getting at is like it's been sitting in the kitchen. Well, no, the dough has been rising, and it's 10:23, and I should probably check that real quick. So, give me one quick second. Impromptu off-camera cooking stream. Kind of, sort of, not really. So this is what it means to be a variety streamer, huh? A little bit of everything. Gotcha. Wait, is this right? Yes, the bread survived. The bread, I'm glad I remembered it. The bread, well, it was rising, and it it had arisen. It had arisen and was creeping out of the bowl. Well, it was peeking over the top. So it was a good thing that I actually kind of remembered that, so I could punch it down in. So now I have enough for 2 loaves. And this is experimental bread. I actually tried making cardamom bread. So actually cardamom and ginger, just to see what it's going to end up like, because, you know, just plain basic bread is, well, let's admit it. It's pretty fucking boring. There was actually one point where I had decided that I was, you know, done with trying to buy like store-bought bread, because, you know, unless you like actually pay for like the expensive stuff, like, you know, most of the stuff like Wonder Bread or like butternut or whatever, I mean, a lot of that stuff is just all, it's like they call it air bread. It's all kind of just, you know, compared to like actual artesian type bread, it's kind of garbage. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, it's good in its own right, because there's just some days like good old South Side Chicago barbecue, you know, Chicago style barbecue or whatever else, you know, you go to a joint out there. Yeah, it's just not the same unless you've got like, you know, that goofy Wonder Bread, that, you know, that Wonder White bread and stuff sitting there with like, you know, with a little itty bitty carton of coleslaw. So it always comes with a side of like, you know, maybe like 2 spoonfuls of coleslaw. Like, okay, great. What is that, garnish? So, you know, I kind of feel like I've just been mostly talking, and, you know, I mean, it's kind of cool shooting the shit and stuff, but it feels like more like I've just been kind of talking at you and everything, as opposed to doing anything kind of useful. Are you cool with this? So I feel like I should have changed just like just chatting or some dumb shit, you know? Hey. Oh, you know what? There is something that I wanted to ask you about, though, with regards to, especially since you know, because you're using OBS and stuff. And I kind of saw this brief. I saw that, I know that I'm not the only one, because I saw somebody else, like, you know, on YouTube having their scene set up and stuff like this. You've been working on your tree. So one of us has been productive this whole time. I don't know about you, but huh, I see how it is. Yeah. But no, actually, so one of the things that I actually kind of want to ask you real quick, because, you know, I don't know how you do your overlays, because like your overlays look like it's all custom and stuff. Did you and so I mean, obviously to get like the live to get like the live alerts or whatever else, you're going through like either Streamlabs or Stream Elements or whatever else, or whatever, I don't know what you're using, like, you know, to connect it to and stuff. But do you do this like with like the with your scenes and everything? Like, so I got the overlays. Let me go back to the display capture. But so you know how oh, thank God, no porn, good. But you know how you go over here and shit, well, it's okay, I can delete that later, it's not being used. you know how over here on like, you've got your overlays or whatever else, and so all of these, they're cool and everything, but the problem is that they're all like contained, right? So you've got the alert box, the chat box, all that stuff, they're all like, kind of put in and then the same thing. And of course you get the URL that you go ahead and you plug in into OBS and stuff. But what I ended up doing is I took those scenes, like, so I take the actual overlay itself, I make it its own scene. I kind of forgot. You're not going to hear. You can't hear if I actually do this. But what I do is I take like I create that scene, and then over here, let me go back to this. So I create that. I basically make a scene that just contains like the browser source for the overlay, right? And that's basically these scenes. So all of these scenes that I have set up here, the in-game, the talk, the start, the be right back, and the end scenes and stuff, those are all, these only contain just one source, and that's actually the browser source that connects to the overlay. And yeah, I've got every layer in its own scene. Or actually, no, not yet. That's actually part of the question, and yeah, that's what I was about. That's also the other thing I was about to ask, because these scenes are like they're just basically the whole thing. They're all the layers that make up that overlay, because like, again, those are the stock overlays that came directly from Stream Elements. So the be right back, they've got already like the window, the things for like the tips, the chat windows, the alerts and everything. They're all those different layers in that one. They're all composited together in that one scene and whatnot ish. And then I took that overlay, put that into like its own scene with its over here. But then what I end up doing is, like, over in these items, like the test composite, or like this now loading, for example, I go ahead and I include that scene, and that's how you get then that's how I end up with the scene. So I basically nest the scenes together. So I take like that I take that overlay and then I nest that in, and that becomes like the scene. But judging from your answer, like having every layer in your own scene, because that's where I was actually starting to kind of go with this, like that whole the now loading scene. This now loading scene, I basically just have the now loading background, which is this which is basically just this, the now loading video, and that is its own that's its own overlay, which is what I built. Or I can't switch over. So this loading screen background, this literally just contains, and you can't see it because but like I was saying, the whole like the now loading scene, this is like this overlay just has, so each overlay I'm setting up, this loading scene only has the loading scene background. So kind of like what you were saying with like the layers and stuff. So when you're saying you have every layer in its own scene, do you mean like because I was going to create like a bunch of different overlays, and each overlay is a separate layer. So this is the background. Then I'm going to create another overlay that contains the chat window. Then another overlay that contains like the alert box. And then that way I can take each one of those different things. I can take each one of these overlays and then composite them over here in OBS. Is that how you is that what you're talking about? Or did you or is there a different way that I'm not thinking of? Because I figure this way it makes it easier. I can put because then I can keep like the backgrounds locally and then just pull in the specific elements. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, that's pretty similar to where I'm going with it. Cause like the now like that now loading is its own overlay that has just the video. Of course, when I think about it, I didn't even really need to put that video directly. I didn't need to post that video up to Stream Elements. I could have just simply kept it locally and just played it as a video in the background here, and then I wouldn't have to worry because there's like that whole delay when OBS goes and fetches the browser source for that stuff. So then, really, all I need in Stream Elements are the Stream Elements pieces, like the alerts, the follower things, the notifications. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Like the follower notification raids and all that stuff. I can have all of those as their own pieces on as their own overlays in Stream Elements, and then I can bring those down into their own scenes here in the scene list, which is what I've got up here. Like this, instead of this in-game scene that that has a complete piece, then each one of these would just be its own piece. So effectively, its own layer. It's every component would be its own would have a separate scene, and then I can combine them by nesting the scenes like I do with down here with the other stuff. Because the audio sources I have as its own scene as well. So I can control. Of course, the downside is that when I want to change the audio source settings, I have to go into the audio source scene to do that, as opposed to directly messing with them here. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from just setting them in here as well. But yeah, okay, cool. So I'm not crazy. All right, cool. All right, good. The main thing is I was kind of just making sure I wasn't overcomplicating something. You know what I mean? Okay, cool. So then I'm going to work on that a bit. How's the tree coming along, by the way? You almost done at this point? So yeah, so after you do the garlands, you're going to do the candy canes, the ornaments, the bows, and all the other stuff, right? And then you've got like 5 positions for each one of those. Holy shit, that's going to be a lot. Right, right. Okay, cool. Awesome. While you do that, while you're working on your stuff, I'm gonna go ahead and finish splitting up those. I'm gonna wind up splitting those elements and stuff, and creating those extra. Oh, I'm gonna create those component overlays like I was just talking about, and start bringing them into this. It'd be kind of nice to have some music running and stuff while I'm doing this. You've got, I mean, how do you do your music? You have your, because you've got your stuff set up. When you're actually playing music and stuff like from something like either Spotify or YouTube, isn't there a way to, like, that you set it so that it doesn't like so it's like on a different channel or something, it doesn't wind up on like on the stream on the VOD or something like that? Because I think there's a way to do that, but I don't really remember. Well, actually, I don't. Not that I don't remember, I don't know how to do it yet. Damn. I think my Spotify account expired. Okay, this is not the where I had it set up. Oh yeah, I guess it would actually change the because the robot lady voices That's text. Well, if it does, it's text to speech, right? So yeah, it's an app. It's actually an app on your desktop. Yeah, I can see how that would kind of mess things up. Oh, web captioner. Hmm. Well, that's cool. I am not a robot. This email is already logged into an account. So I do have an account. So then why are you saying I don't have an account? Stupid Spotify. Oh no, I'm not messing with web capturing yet. I'm actually trying to get into my Spotify account so I can actually not just sit here in silence. So you don't actually have to log into web capture at all. That's interesting. Come on, inbox. Quora, Discord, Fansly. Wait, you need that? Nope. The other site, not that. Um, Here we go. Spotify. What the fuck? Was not prepared to have to type in something on my phone. Sorry, missed the mute button, damn it. Yes, unprofessional streamer in training. It's gonna be, ooh, look at him. He's the scuff streamer. One of several. I had this thing yesterday where I was I suddenly had this brainstorm for just these different ideas, because kind of like how I joked about this being the Inception arc, I just kind of had this whole thing where I had these ideas for titles, for like stream episode title ideas and stuff. You know, the very first one, Inception arc, a Tuber is born, and then part one going through like making a PNGtuber, then iRobot experiments with V-Ride Studio, creating 2D character art, learning 2D and everything. Then the debut arc and everything, stuff, the road to legitimacy. I don't know, just little keywords or whatever to kind of get myself in the mood for how I was gonna approach those. But I figured those would probably be, you know, things that I'll wind up cutting up and actually making videos out of. So I need to search for copyright free. Oh, hey. Wonder what this sounds like. loud. That's why I have a volume control. That only probably affects the fucking stream and not my actual. Damn it. Hadn't expected that. Alright, heads up. Sound coming in. So let me see here. Yep, that's pretty loud. Oh wait, you know what? I kind of forgot. I forgot about the delay, darn it. That's not too loud, is it? Huh. I mean, it's ambiance. It's not supposed to be, like, overpowering. Yeah, okay, I think this was decent for background. Go to medium, you think? So how's this? Made from some really weird looks around like the floor and stuff, but hey. Voice phrase redeems? Really? You mean like where they do a redeem and they basically type in something for me to go ahead and recite? That's a cool idea. I hadn't actually thought of that. I mean, you know how they have those BFE, boyfriend experience, not buttfuck Egypt. I am Morgan Free. I am God. Howard, this is God speaking. Please log off. Yeah, I mean, I could throw that down. What the hell? Morgan Freeman. Yeah, I mean, I knew who you were talking about. Just copyrights. Like Morgan Freeman's ever going to hear this, but whatever. Like, I don't know if you ever saw, Mike Myers put out, made a movie called The Love Guru. And so Love Guru and stuff, he, basically you can kind of tell what the movie was going to be about just from the title and whatever. But he kind of opened the movie where Morgan Freeman was kind of narrating the opening, the intro to the movie and stuff, as he was talking and stuff, and he's like talking, and as it zooms out, because like there's a wonderful pan across India and stuff, and it kind of zooms out or it pans out, whatever else, and it kind of comes in, and there's Mike Myers speaking into like a dictator thing, and there's like 3 switches, like one's for like Morgan Freeman, another one was I think for Anthony Hopkins and stuff like that, and he had it set to the Morgan Freeman switch. Ever since I saw that movie and I think of that scene, now whenever I have an inner monologue in my head, about half the time, like it's like the Morgan Freeman switch gets flipped, and I hear my inner voices as Morgan Freeman, and then sometimes I also hear it as Anthony Hopkins. So what the hell? So yeah, okay, cool. That's a good idea for a redeem. Also a voice redeem. And I can see it now. 1,000 bits, make the pig noise. Oh yeah, you know what? That's right, there are those celebrity TTS generators. On some of those, those YouTube channels where they wind up reading Reddit stories and whatnot, there was one that was actually using just a variety of different celebrity, TTS, computer generated voices and stuff. The ones that I remember the most was, I think they did do like it was a very bad Morgan Freeman though, but the one for Jodie Foster actually sounded pretty spot on. I was kind of impressed. So yeah. That was going to be the original idea for my stream in the first place. I was going to kind of have a chill thing, not really being a nighttime DJ like this, but doing things like relaxation exercises, reading stories and stuff like that. And yeah, I guess whatever other things.
Shopify presents cool sheets.
Oh, hey, commercial.
I suffered from the wrong kind of hot in bed, heat-induced insomnia. That was my aha moment.
It's like,
bed sheets that keep you cool.
I always wanted a job where I could use my body.
Signing up on Shopify.
This is possibility.
And since I didn't really qualify for, any of the more obvious choices of those, I specifically wanted a job where it was, that I could use my body, but then not have to actually move heavy furniture, since that was probably the one I was most suited for. So I kind of figured, doing voiceover, doing stuff like that would probably be the thing.
Services available in select areas. Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP, is a government program providing eligible households with internet service discounts. One program discount per household. Verizon Forward
I
is
kind
for
of stayed a
eligible
tech
residential
instead.
customers with ACP apply to a Verizon Home Internet plan. Discounts may vary.
And now here I am, looking and dabbling at streaming. So I guess hopefully here's my chance. Have I always had it? Well, ever since my voice changed after puberty anyway. Can you imagine? 3 years old? Hi, my name is Chris. I'm 3 years old. And I just doxed myself, kind of. Although, not really, because it's not like it was like a big secret. Well, I mean, I appreciate the compliments. If anything, it's kind of reinforcement that yes, there are worse things that I could be doing. So I guess it kind of means that, you know what, there maybe I will do pretty decently. So, I mean, if people like listening to me, then hey, I'm more than happy to just go ahead and set up a space where people can just go ahead and relax and chill, put me on in the background, go to sleep, do whatever. So, hey, that's pretty awesome. In fact, that's also why I wound up dusting off the keyboard. Part of it was because of like that whole copyright-free music stuff. I mean, I guess I'm okay with, getting parts of the video and stuff muted and everything, but of course I definitely don't want any kind of copyright strikes, But also, going back to that whole, to the relaxation and meditation type stuff, I wanted to create some custom tracks, just as like different types of background music, like have some with, that's kind of lo-fi like this, that's like a nice kind of bop to just sit back and do stuff, but then also the more meditative, just relaxation, not necessarily going into the whole om kind of bit, but something just more abstract and ethereal, especially like, for people who want to do things like relax or sleep or whatever else. That's why I thought the whole dictionary thing sounded kind of funny. I mean, that same person that I was talking about earlier, Miss Now Spit, she actually was the first person to ever joke about, that I could probably sit there and read a dictionary and people would love it. And I mean, she did. One day I did it to her as a joke. I, just whipped out a dictionary and started I just read the first couple pages. I was like, aardvark, armadillo, Armageddon, avalanche. And, well, let's just say she enjoyed it, but she could be an outlier. I figure anybody else, if nothing else, they'll either be entertained or they'll be bored to tears. Either way, it'll put them to sleep. So, mission accomplished. Let's see here. I don't know if you've ever like listened to False ID's channel. False has got False basically runs the Things VTubers Say channel, and he basically does like, you know, news about the goings-ons and the latest things with like different VTubers and stuff. So it's actually pretty fun. I actually started watching his stuff on YouTube, and then I wound up catching him on stream a few times, and I'm like, oh cool, it's kind of neat to see, because he literally records everything on stream, and you know, I think he's got a great announcer voice. So he's recently gotten a few extra people on, so of course he's like, with him it's False ID, then he's, you know, one of his other partners, his first ones was Lady, and then he's got two new kohai, which, you know, Cody and Heidi, which is pretty funny. But Heidi's actually kind of cool, because Heidi, I love listening to her too. She also gets into this kind of thing, which, you know how people, your voice goes up and down, right? I mean, depending on what, you know, how relaxed your vocal cords are and everything else like that, that's like when your voice is the smoothest. And then, of course, when you're more excited and everything, that's when, you know, you start getting more high pitched, and your voice sounds more, you know, sounds a little bit tighter, a little bit higher and everything, you know, because of stress or whatever else, or excitement and whatnot. And it kind of goes up naturally during the day, because, you know, when you first get up or whatever, you know, that's, you know, your vocal cords completely loose. That's, you know, when you got that deep voice. Like me in the morning, that's when I've got like my deepest baritone going on. So my morning voice is the lowest and everything. If anything, if I were gonna do like, you know, recordings and stuff, I should do them definitely in the morning more than any other time, like right after I get up, like boom, you know. And then when I get into like, you know, later at night and stuff, because then, you know, of course my voice does the same thing. It gets higher and then goes down lower. You know, so like right now it's kind of going to that whole bedroom horse whispery kind of thing, as opposed to who's that guy that was, I know he was on like 24 and I think NCIS, like, you know, the guy who does the Allstate commercials, you know, Mr. Allstate, you know, you're in good hands. I can't remember his name, but I sound more like him in the mornings. Chocolate rain. Yeah, so if I were gonna do stuff like the Allstate guy, yeah, that'd be my morning voice and whatnot. So in the morning, I've got Allstate commercials. In the evening, you're listening to Lo-Fi with Chocolate Rain. 5,000 points, and I'll recite anything that you want me to. Yeah, maybe I should be careful with that one. Could just be my mind, but I get the feeling I have an idea where that would wind up going. Yeah. But yeah, Heidi, she actually jokes because her voice does the opposite. You know, when she starts, you know, of course she starts winding down and getting relaxed, and so, you know, she gets lower in the evening, and, you know, as it gets later and later. So she likes to joke that she goes from being Heidi during the day to Lodi at night. So, like I said, she's fun to listen to. I think she actually does like occasionally her own streams and stuff as well. But yeah, I mean, if you ever catch them on YouTube or, you know, out here on stream on Twitch and everything, it's, I don't know, if you like listening to, like, you know, hearing about the VTuber news and saying stuff. I kind of noticed that as I started getting more active on Twitter, I started hearing more of the stories that they're talking about. So it's kind of nice getting extra context, as opposed to just kind of hearing about it after the fact. let's see here. What do I want to do? Okay. Side of the loading screen. Okay. This is
Do I smell right now? I need some Old Spice swagger. It's so effective when it's on.
What?
Old Spice swagger. No, it never did me wrong. Old Spice swagger. Yeah, body wash all day freshness. It come receive the smell of confidence.
I need allspice.
Old Spice swagger.
Allspice swagger.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it
It's
so
like, okay,
bad.
it's.
I found out it may be
I
because they
get
have
it's
a high
it's
risk
not
factor,
at least it's
such
not
as heart
Axe,
disease,
right?
diabetes,
But Old
being
Spice.
overweight, smoking, and
I
asthma.
mean, come
Even
on.
if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive,
It's
there
like
are
there's
things
no
you can
in
do,
between.
like asking your healthcare
You either
provider
go
if an
Axe body
authorized
spray
oral treatment
or
is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com.
You're drowning in swagger.
This message is
Right.
sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, hey. Yeah, you can't set padding. Interesting. definitely a lot of fonts that you can use. I'm kind of torn, because on the one hand, I thought that I liked the Japanese sumi, the ink wash overlays. The reason I thought they looked cool is because, you know, they were, well, frankly, I thought they were beautiful. And I liked, like, you know, the whole flowy, the brushes, and, like, you know, the brush swabs and stuff like that. And I kind of want to do that as well. I want to do something similar, you know, of course, like, you know, put in my own graphics and stuff, because obviously you can't break apart the and extract, like, the video pieces and components from those pre-built overlays in Stream Elements. So if I want to go ahead and do this thing that we talked about earlier, which, you know, I'm working on right now, like separating out all the different layers into their own overlays that I can bring in as separate scenes in OBS. I can't really do that with the pre-builds, so I have to go ahead and just kind of set that up myself. But I'm at odds. Like, on one hand, I want to do that, and, you know, kind of have, like, that organic, that swish, you know, like the paint, the brush strokes in particular. But then on the other hand, you know, the whole, I kind of like that whole thing with the, you know, the classic green screen. If I could actually get an Apple II classic font like that in the green, with, like, the uber pixelated font, that'd be hilarious. And I would totally do that in a heartbeat. But I don't know that I want to have, like, everything kind of follow that whole spiel, that whole shtick. Like, you know, I don't necessarily want to have, like, all, like, in my profile, like, having, like, you know, the different panels and stuff, you know, being the about and whatnot. I didn't necessarily want to have all of that, you know, following that same basic font style and stuff. I mean, maybe in the beginning it'd be cool, but I want to use it as part of an evolution path. So it all starts off like there's nothing. There's a command line, and you build everything. And then as you're building everything out, things just kind of progressively gets cooler and cooler until you get to the end point. At least that's the kind of way I envision it going. Oh, you know what? I don't know if you use any, I don't know which plugins that you use for OBS, or if you're using any at all. One plugin in particular that I found that was especially useful for me was this one that allows you to do a source copy. Because one of the things that I was really kind of wanting when I first started working with OBS, I wanted to make sure, I wanted to be able to like, you know, copy the stuff that I did from scene to scene. And natively, OBS doesn't exactly let you do that very well, which kind of sucked. I was hoping that I would be able to, what the hell? I was hoping that I would be able to go ahead and just copy things. Like if I made like, you know, a scene and set stuff up with all the sources, whatever, I want, and if I did that in one collection, if I created a brand new collection, I wanted to be able to copy that scene over, which it wouldn't let me do. But fortunately, that plugin I found, kind of like duplicate scene, but it's more like copy scene from one to another. So that was actually surprisingly a little bit more complicated. Because like in OBS, you go to like a scene and whatever else, and by default, I mean, you can duplicate it. You can duplicate a scene and whatever else, but only in the same collection. Like if I have two collections, you know, which I have a bunch of them, I have way more, I have like a few more than two, but like if I have like collection 1 and collection 2, and I create a scene in collection 1, I can duplicate that scene inside of collection 1, but I can't really copy that scene, that one scene, into a different collection. OBS wouldn't let you just natively just copy that over. You can import and export, and it'll like, you know, let you dump like the whole thing, but just copying a scene between collections wasn't like a default feature. So that plugin I got, and I don't remember the name. Oh, it's called, the plugin was called Source Copy. So, and you know, let me go ahead and just turn on the display here, and let me just show you this real quick. But the whole thing is, so in this tools with Source Copy, the cool thing with Source Copy is you can load and you can paste a scene, so you can save a scene or whatever else, but you can actually go in and for all the different scenes in the collection and stuff, you can save it, you can load it, whatever else, and it'll save the configuration as a JSON file. So you can basically save that scene, it saves it in JSON, and then, you know, basically lets you reload it later. And the cool thing is, like, if you do, like for here, like with my audio sources, whatever, because I've got all these different sources and stuff, and this is where it kind of came up, because, you know, I've got like, you know, my regular mic, then this is the thing where I have no filters on it, but after I watched those videos and I added all those filters and stuff, I wanted to be able to use, you know, these audio sources. I wanted to use this audio source scene in pretty much all the different collections that I use, because like this is like my base, you know, audio setup configuration and stuff. But I couldn't, you know, like I said, OBS Studio didn't natively let me copy it over, and I didn't want to have to manually place all those filters back on, because it was like a pain in the ass, all set up and everything. But with Source Copy, I can go to the audio sources and I can either export, you know, the whole scene, which I've done, or if I want just like, you know, the new version of like any changes I have on that mic itself or whatever, I can come in and I can actually save not just the scenes, but I can save each individual source. And then if I want, I can just go ahead and load back in like a specific source back into, you know, back into like the scene that I've got. And I thought that was actually pretty killer. Like right now, I've got the audio sources, and it's just like it's just this one thing. But if I wanted to, like, let's say, And I've got like that free type thing. If I wanted to save that, I could save that source, and then I could come back over here and, you know, if I wanted to, in this scene, I can come back again and I could actually just go ahead and do a source copy, and I could load in, I could actually just load back in that configuration file, and it would actually go ahead and it would add that source or that scene into the current collection, which I thought was awesome. And that's what I did. That's how I actually have, like, you know, all the audio sources and stuff, and I just copy that. I, you know, pretty much just save that directly in, and it does all like the configuration stuff again, and it kind of saves from that that repetitiveness and stuff, which I was trying to avoid, because I wanted to make sure that I pretty much got everything down right, you know, the way I configured it initially. And okay, yeah, you can't really see it. I gotta adjust that, I think. I made it 50% opaque, so it's hard to see the chat window sitting in the middle of all this, but it's also kind of busy here. Let's see if I turn off the display capture and I just come back over to here. So yeah, the chat overlay, it is really hard to see it. If I move it over here, you can kind of see it in the window there. But I think I realize what the problem is. It is literally setting the opacity on the entire window. So when you actually tell it, when you set the opacity of the chat window in Stream Elements, it's literally the opacity, like the standard CSS opacity. So it makes the whole, so it changes the transparency of the whole thing, not just the background, but the whole thing, including the text. And that's not what I wanted. So we need to fix that. Back up to 100. I have no idea what checker chat looks like. Oh wait, does it do this in real time? It's hard to say. Okay, no, it doesn't do it in real time, which makes sense. I haven't saved it yet. So if it's dark, yep, now it's this big oblique block, which does not look good. Well, you know. one day I'm gonna go ahead and just for kicks, I'm gonna set it, you know, since it's becoming like a standard greeting and stuff, I'm gonna wind up putting a trigger so it, like, you know, it does like fanfare or some shit. And yeah, I hate the big gray box. That looks terrible. Really? I mean, that'd be cool. I don't want to like, you know, ape your effects, but I mean, if you're gonna send it to me, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I still have to figure out how to get it to work. Because right now, the only bot that I have is the Stream Elements chatbot. I know what I'm going to wind up doing. I'm going to wind up eventually rolling my own bot just because I happen to see the API. Okay. So... get this. Obviously, you know, I write code for a living, you know, or that's one of the things that I do. You know, I do application development and stuff. But I actually had a client that kind of came and wanted me, they wanted to integrate a streaming solution for their sites, which, you know what I mean? I don't really mind saying it because, you know, so essentially this client of mine, it's like they are of the adult, now they're of an adult nature, you know? Kind of like, so last year with the, you know, when that one fan site had their thing that put all the people in a tizzy, he wanted me to build a clone, well, not a clone, but a fan type site. Of course, he, you know, kind of had a pretty ridiculous time frame that he actually expected him to do it. And, oh, by the way, did I mention that I'm the lead developer? And by lead, I mean only. So, I mean, granted, you know, Hive was built by 2 developers, so building one of those, we can only do it in one, right? Yeah, well, but I mean, so these are the kind of expectations. So they had like they wanted to integrate a chat thing, and, you know, with a video, and his exact words were like Twitch. I mean, yeah, like Twitch. And this was actually right at the time that I had just started kind of looking around on Twitch and stuff, kind of looking at stuff, and I'm like, all right, okay, cool. And so that's how I got familiar with some of Twitch's APIs and stuff. I saw like the API for the bot and like how they actually do stuff. And I mean, Twitch actually uses a system called Internet Relay Chat, which, you know, I don't know how long you've been around or if you've been like on different like chat rooms or whatever, but IRC was a huge thing back in my university days. Like that's, you know, before AOL, and I'm really dating myself now, damn it. But in the beginning, there was IRC. They didn't have these things called rooms. They were called channels. Yeah, I was on MSN as well. But, you know, so IRC is like the granddaddy. It was one of the it was pretty much the first chat protocol, chat system that was actually developed and stuff. And so it was actually kind of cool. It was kind of neat for me seeing that Twitch actually uses IRC for its it actually uses custom IRC servers and a custom client, obviously, to, you know, for its underlying system. So it's pretty neat to see. So I actually wound up spending some time and, you know, and I actually built a basic IRC chat system that was not unlike Twitch. You know, using some standard stuff and, you know, doing a bit of customization on the server end, and I ended up writing a client, which was kind of cool from an academic standpoint. It was neat that, okay, cool, I built a basic IRC chat client that, you know, it didn't have like all the stuff that you can do on, you know, it didn't have like the colors or whatever else, but it was basically just like a proof of concept that it would actually work. So it was kind of a neat thing just to kind of see. So, but in part of this, I also saw, because, like, you know, Twitch publishes the API for the chatbots, whatever else, and it was, you know, cool to see these. So I know ultimately what's going to happen is I can see myself basically writing a simple bot to go ahead and do stuff and probably experiment and just throw on the channel. And, you know, I don't know exactly, you know, what I would have it do and stuff, because, like, again, there's no real reason for me to do it except, like I said, as an academic thing, just to say, like, hey, I rolled a bot. But yeah, I mean, seeing how, like, you know, like, what is it, you know, chatbot Moo, the Moo bot and stuff like that, a couple of the others, getting those, I want to see how those work and stuff. But who knows, maybe I'll have like a Krisobot. So, just stuff to tinker with. Which, it's kind of hilarious that I'm even kind of thinking about these, because, like, on the one hand, I have like a GitHub repository, and I have published stuff, because, you know, I mean, I actually taught web development classes for a very long time, and I posted my classes up into, like, you know, my repository, but a lot of the code that I do is mostly, like, you know, just from my own kicks and experiments and stuff, and also some proprietary that I don't want to, like, you know, necessarily have everywhere else. Yeah, it's there are several different languages that you can code in. So, I mean, you can kind of think of them as dialects, right? But yeah, I mean, there's different languages and stuff that you can code in, and it's less about the it's actually less about the language and the semantics around the language, as it is kind of understanding the mindset and the process of creating an algorithm. That's one of the things that I kind of pointed out in classes, because there are a lot of people who can write code, and there are a lot of people who can kind of take code and modify it to make it do stuff that they want it to do. But taking code and reading it, understanding it, and modifying existing code to kind of do stuff is a bit of a different skill set than creating code from scratch, like actually writing and creating an algorithm to do a task. Because you kind of have to get into like thinking about, you know, the steps involved to perform that task, you know? And so it becomes a thing that you have to just be aware of. And like you said, it's practice. The more practice you get, then the easier it is to do stuff. It's just like anything. Coding is just a skill, and it's a learned skill. Anybody can technically learn to code. Whether or not you want to, it's a completely different story.
Variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Where do holiday happenings take over every aisle? Lowe's, actually. Right now, you'll save big on everything you need for the holiday season. Get up to 50% off select pre-lit Christmas trees and holiday living LED string lights. Plus, save on your gift list with up to 50% off select tools and accessories. The holidays are here, and so are the savings.
Anyone can
at
code.
Lowe's. Offers valid through 12/14.
Yeah.
Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Now, of course, some people will be more inclined to it than others. You know, there are people who actually think things like HTML is writing code, and it's really not. HTML is what they call markup. It's just a way of describing text. It's a way of describing a document. It's not actually, when we're talking about programming, you know, that's where you actually have to write logic to actually perform tasks, and it's a whole different animal. Not trying to be elitist or anything, it's just totally different skill set and a lot more involved. Kind of seems like it was a waste to make that window the size of an HD window, 1920 by 1080, when the chat box itself is like only, what would I make it? 380 by 600? Like, why the hell did I bother? But that shouldn't matter, I can crop this, right? Of course, I have no idea where that thing is. You mean in the, you mean the chat box on the actual page? Well, I think that it kind of depends, right? Because if somebody's not, okay, because of the fact that you can kind of collapse the different windows, you can collapse the panels in the browser. And not to mention that you can actually also go full screen. Yeah, exactly. The people on mobile don't actually, the people on mobile I know, because I looked at it, they don't see the chat window. So whatever's on your actual screen is what they see. Of course, that also means that they can't type in chat. You know, but at the very least, they actually get to go ahead and see the conversation, if not necessarily participate directly in it. I think depending on the orientation of the phone. At least I haven't figured out how to open up the window and directly on my phone and stuff. But I definitely kind of like the idea of having things being transparent. And then that way I can go ahead and just pump in whatever background assets and whatever frames and stuff that I want. I can do those locally. So I can build stuff locally, not have to pump everything into it, and just simply rely on these elements from Stream Elements and build my scenes and build the composite this way. I think this definitely works better. Plus, then I can move stuff around. Like if I got rid of OBS, so now I just have my now loading. Of course, this looks kind of weird. Now loading. What's loading? But why is her chat just floating on the side? I think what could look kind of cool would be, since I'm going with this whole isekai theme, having these panels look like the classic, oh, this is a game isekai, right? So it's a game world. And having like the status screen and whatever else just kind of pop up as like essentially as an AR window in reality. An augmented reality window where you see like where you see your stats. So that would be kind of cool looking. I mean, it's not like I can't switch stuff around when I feel like it either. Actually, no. Where's the rest of it? Oh, that's a hot mess. It's like I can crop everything except that bottom line. What the deuce, man? I feel like this could have been done better. Wait. Spotify, what are you doing? It's kind of funny. Even though you get used to listening to the background music and it just kind of blends in to like where you almost don't notice it, when it's gone, the silence is deafening. Oh wait, no, that doesn't sound copyright free. Let's try this again. Make this custom. And the text. Text will be completely opaque. And the text stroke. Probably didn't mean to do that. No, if I do a shell, it's probably gonna get too heavy. Let's just call this.
This holiday season, Peloton's got a gift for you. Get up to $400 off Peloton Bike, Bike Plus, or Tread packages. Choose the package that's right for you with accessories like our cycling shoes, a heart rate band, non-slip grip dumbbells, and more. Peloton, fitness that stays with you. This limited time offer ends December 25th. Visit onepeloton.com to learn more. All access membership separate. Offer ends December 25th, 2022. Excludes Bike, Bike Plus, and Tread Basics.
Oh
See additional
my.
terms at onepeloton.com.
During the season of giving, it can be dangerously easy to give away more than you want.
Sweater for Mom, video game for Jake, and my credit card
Okay.
for someone named
A little bit of a
More
minor
online
coughing
activity
fit
can
there.
be more
Go
exposed
figure.
personal info, but LifeLock by Norton has identity theft protection all wrapped up. And if you become a victim, we'll work to fix it on your behalf. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year at lifelock.com/Spotify.
Yeah. Yeah, what I kind of realized was that there's, especially if I'm making these pieces for the layers separately, all those different overlays, there's no real reason why it has to be like a full screen size, because that's just going to kind of mess with things if I try to scale it later. So for example, the chat window that I just built, I just set up the chat window in in Stream Elements, so that the window itself was 400 by 600. And then I set the custom sizes and stuff, but I actually set the overlay size to be exactly the size of the window. And then I just made sure to enter in that same size here for the overlay. So then that way, now when I move this around, it literally is just the size of the actual chat box. So if I decide to scale it, whatever else, I don't have to worry about cropping or anything, because I know this is the size of the component. And that just makes better sense to me, especially if I'm going to go ahead and have a bunch of these different components, these different sources that I want to go ahead and add to any given scene. And then, like I said, the nice thing is I can just go ahead and take this, and instead of having to recreate the source and resize it, and re-enter all that stuff in every single time, I can actually just go in and save the source so that I can re-import it into whatever other different thing I want. And just make my life so much easier. But then the question is, why isn't stuff appearing? Ah, there it goes. Okay, cool. How do I resize this again? Cool. And yeah, and the box is exactly the size of my chat window, so I don't have to worry about it. And of course, I found out that you can, as you rescale stuff, it'll actually go ahead and scale up the font and everything as well, so all right. Barely sociable? No. That sounds interesting, though. What are they like? Huh. Really? That sounds pretty interesting. I'll have to check them out and take a look and see what's going on and stuff like that. Okay, so I got the chat window. I need. So he tells stories and stuff. Does he make up the stories, or does he actually just, is he using somebody else's and just kind of reading them? Oh. Okay, cool. Mysteries in IRL cases, huh? I'm gonna have to try to listen to him in a couple of his streams and see what he's about. Barely sociable, huh? That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, thanks for the recommendation. I'll definitely give him a listen. Largest default alert box. It's such a weird size. 733 by 617. Wait, what did that look like? Alright, just making sure. latest follower. Doesn't give a position or a style. Am I still live? Huh. Okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes the my secondary PC, like the video drops. Like the video download is canceled. Of course, it's actually wireless and not on the wired network like my main machine is. I need to get another hub and get some extra cables run.
This holiday season, Peloton's got a gift for you. Get up to $400 off Peloton Bike, Bike Plus, or Tread packages. Choose the package that's right for you with accessories like our cycling shoes, a heart rate band, non-slip grip dumbbells, and more. Peloton, fitness that stays with you. This limited time offer ends December 25th. Visit onepeloton.com to learn more. All access membership separate. Offer ends December 25th, 2022. Excludes Bike, Bike Plus, and Tread Basics. See additional terms at onepeloton.com.
CVS has hundreds of gifts under $20.
Helps you budget for 19 cousins.
Plus over 50 same-day photo gifts.
Give the gift of your face on a puzzle.
And hundreds of stores open 24 hours for all your essentials.
Happy holidays from CVS.
Visit cvs.com/holiday.
Oops. I think the biggest things that I want to make sure I have are the alert box, the chat box, and I mean, the followers and subscribers is nice, but it's not like a major thing, I don't think. I mean, it's neat that they have a lot of the stuff built in. I think the important thing is I want to get the alert box real quick. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. It's alright, I'll take the defaults. I don't have anything to replace them yet anyway. How handy. Chat down here in the lower corner. And the alert box. Open right here. And let's see what this looks like. Okay, cool. So is the sound part of the video or not? Okay, good to know. So the video, so the little video clip plays the sound and then obviously the animation. All right, so I can replace that with whatever I want later. Oh. So there's a sound clip attached. Okay, I see. The default. An Ogvorbis. That's different. Okay, so the video itself doesn't have any sound. I just suddenly realized. Crap. Toothed shit. I forgot about the bread on the second rise. Darn it. Nuts. I'll be right back.
CVS Photo makes it easy to give thoughtful gifts with a personal touch, even at the last minute. Cross the final names off your list with meaningful memories. Shop over 50 same-day photo gifts, including canvas prints, ornaments, and puzzles at CVS. Down to the wire? CVS has hundreds of stores open 24 hours for your last-minute batteries, wrapping paper, tape, and so much more. Happy all the days from your friends at CVS. Visit cvs.com/holiday for details.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Well, alrighty. It's a good thing it wasn't in the oven yet. Of course. So it didn't look too bad. It did overrise a bit, so it kind of oozed a bit. So I guess we'll kind of see it fell kind of flat. But I think it should be alright. It's now in the oven, and this time I actually set a timer, so in the oven, 25 minutes. We'll check it out and just see how it kind of goes from there. I think it'll be alright. So, don't stream and cook. Or, at least pay attention if you're gonna cook. So wrapped up in playing with alerts and everything. So that's what these will look like. Good to know. Host rage here. So I don't know. This kind of seems like it'd be a good reason to still have stream elements. Although supposedly you can do the same stuff in DaVinci Resolve that you can do in Stream Elements. Not Stream Elements, Adobe Elements. Not exactly the same thing. So So I've got my chat and I've got my alert box. And so far the basic loading scene, but I didn't even need that. I mean, the other stuff will be cool, but I probably won't just have it at the bottom necessarily. I mean, I don't know, maybe. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to probably do. Oh wow, okay. So the minimum size it lets you do is 200 by 200, huh? Yep, 200 by 200. I feel like I could make that green to match to match the green screen, but yeah. I'll leave it for now. So you got the garland done. What are you working on now? The candy canes? Good point. Although I think that pale green doesn't quite match the chroma. Ooh, it's starting to smell like bread in here. And by bread, I mean bread, not like the bread that all the VTubers talk about when getting bread. Or something like that. Oh, the ball ornaments. I didn't actually see you working on the ball ornaments. I saw you doing the candy canes and the bows, and then you did the and then I saw you do the garland and the lights. I totally missed the balls. Yeah, right. I can totally see people going there. But yellow and blue, they're perfectly complementary. I mean, it's a good combination. You could say the Ukrainians had great taste, but hey. Alright, so I've got these 3 pieces. So now, the neat thing . So the cool thing here is in my now loading for my sources, I want to be able to use the chat window, alert box, and the latest follower and subscriber overlays. Those are my separate layers so far. So what I want to do is I'm going to go to Tools and my source copy, and then inside of now loading, I'm going to go to each one of these sources. So the chat window overlay, let's save the source. And it's going to ask me a bunch of stuff. And I'm just going to go ahead and save this. And let's see, I'll call this source. This was the chat window, right? And then bang. And I'm going to go ahead and do that for all of these. And that's all I should have to do. So cool. Close. The alarm, the timer hasn't gone off yet, so it's probably going to go off in like, about a minute or two. But yeah, it's definitely smelling like freshly baked bread up in this joint. Kind of looking forward to it. And I'm going to forget about the whole fact that all I'm basically eating is buttered toast. But you know what? Fresh bread. The first couple of slices, yeah, just gotta have it with just by itself. Maybe with like a pat of butter spread across it. Just to totally appreciate it. Okay, so I am going to create a new scene and add in these elements real quick. So it's going to be quiet for a couple of moments until I get the audio sources added to the new scene. So, don't touch that dial. Hey, I'm practicing. Ooh, dark in here. So if all goes well, I've got nothing but my audio sources. So, oh, and there is the timer. Give me one quick sec.
CVS Photo makes it easy to give thoughtful gifts with a personal touch, even at the last minute. Cross the final names off your list with meaningful memories. Shop over 50 same-day photo gifts, including canvas prints, ornaments, and puzzles at CVS. Down to the wire? CVS has hundreds of stores open 24 hours for your last-minute batteries, wrapping paper, tape, and so much more. Happy all the days from your friends at CVS. Visit cvs.com/holiday for details.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You're watching the Weather Channel, your most accurate and dependable source of weather information 24 hours a day.
Hey, good evening. You're watching the Weather Channel here on a Friday evening. Chief Specialist Jeanetta Jones, and as we look out there, Jeanetta, look for
Well then. Bread's out. A little bit darker on top than I would prefer, but done all the way through. Technically, you're supposed to let it sit. You're not supposed to dig into it immediately. You're supposed to let it sit, let it rest for a moment, because, the insides, let the steam kind of finish developing, whatever. I guess, as Alton Brown would say, your patience will be rewarded. Sadly, I don't have that kind of patience. No, not tonight anyway. Cause it's like 1:16 in the morning and everything, and I had planned on eating before stream, like around 7. Not bad. It is. It's steamy, it's soft, it's a little heavier on the cardamom than I really would have preferred. But, for a first time and just a complete blind experiment with, nothing else, I'm not gonna complain. Ginger, cardamom, ginger with a touch of molasses. Not my best work. Definitely far from the worst. So, it's gonna make good toast later. But yeah, nothing beats freshly baked bread. Oh, I forgot that I had the Ko-fi stream alerts. let's load the alert box. So is there a way? Yes, I want to center it horizontally. Cool. I wonder if I should have the gem on the side or this side. Maybe I should try putting it over here. I mean, I guess it depends on whatever else I have in the scene, but considering that all we have at the moment is just void. Let's see. Follow sub overlay. Yeah, see, making these just the size of these items was a good call. And I got one more overlay to deal with. Yeah, that source copy plugin, definitely a good choice. I mean, technically I've only got 2 plugins. Maybe 3 if you count the WebSockets one, but I think that was a built-in. Alright, the Ko-fi alerts. I think that should go up right here. Kind of definitely overlaps the alert box, but I don't remember how the Ko-fi What? Okay, this is supposed to be no copyright lo-fi. So all right. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure I've heard this somewhere before and this doesn't sound right. You know? But that just means that Twitch is just going to mute it, right? Okay, good. It's good to know. Haven't even debuted and I've got a copyright strike. Oh no! What the hell? Yeah, no. It wasn't me, I swear. Yeah, right? All right.
CVS Photo makes it easy to give thoughtful gifts with a personal touch, even at the last minute. Cross the final names off your list with meaningful memories. Shop over 50 same-day photo gifts, including canvas prints, ornaments, and puzzles.
I was kind of looking at the creator boot camp,
CVS has hundreds of stores open 24 hours for
their
your
watch
last-minute
party
batteries,
thing. I
wrapping
think it's
paper,
pretty
tape,
interesting
and
how
so much more. Happy all the days from your friends at CVS.
how much they've
Visit
tied in Amazon
CVS.com/holidays for
Prime
details.
This holiday
into
season,
Twitch
Peloton's got a gift for
integration.
you. Get up to
So,
$400 off Peloton Bike Plus,
watch
or Tread
parties.
packages.
There are
Choose the
approved
package that's right for you, with
shows or
accessories like
something
cycling
on
shoes,
that's
heart rate
available
band,
in your
non-slippery
Amazon
dumbbells, and more.
Prime that you can
Peloton,
use
fitness that stays
for your
with you.
watch parties.
This limited time offer
It's like,
ends
huh,
December
well, that's
25th.
convenient.
Visit onepeloton.com to learn more. All access membership separate. Offer ends December 25th, 2022. Excludes Bike Plus, and Tread Basics. See additional terms at onepeloton.com.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, I mean, that's totally cool. Because depending on what's actually approved and stuff, like, I would totally binge an anime season, It'd be pretty funny. Let's binge watch Vox Machina, rather. So, the only thing I'm missing now well, obviously as a background, because, you know, big black blank page. But I could like totally draw a backdrop on here, or, you know, do something for a backdrop and have that work. I would definitely want to make sure that I have a background that I can expand and put underneath the, like for example for the chat window, the chat box and stuff like that. I'd want to have a frame or something that I could put on there. But I think this is a good spot for the overlays and stuff. So maybe I should look at doing a quickie PNGtuber. Because right now, well, right now this really is kind of like a late night radio show. All you're listening to is this disembodied voice telling you to listen and tune in. Relax, stay a while, enjoy yourself. Please subscribe. So, I mean, at this point, it's like I'm a virtual VTuber. Like non-existent. There's nothing here. The follow notification. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, the latest follower, latest subscriber. It just shows who the last whoever the last. Oh, this one. Yeah, what the hell? Why is that still there? How do I fix it? Actually, so what do I do? On the alert box, refresh it. Nothing. No change. Okay. See, I had this happen to me like yesterday. Actually, what happened yesterday was that I was testing the subscribers, and it just kept going over and over and over and just driving me nuts because it would not stop. And I think it had to do with me closing the window early, although I know I didn't do it just now, so let's see. Okay, so it goes away, so it should clear. Alright, good. Yeah, that mute button, handiest thing ever. So what I can do now. You're using Veadotube Studio, right? For the model tracking and all that? Or are you actually using a different software? VTuber Studio. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna wind up using that as well. Okay, so the way this works. So to control the PNG, I'm using this software called Veadotube Mini. And it lets you control the it responds to mic levels and stuff like that. So it basically controls the different state. You can have multiple PNGs to determine different states of your PNG model. Like, you know, the closed mouth image, you know, you basically have a minimum of 4 images. One for the closed mouth, one for the open mouth, one for the closed mouth blinking, and then open mouth blinking. Yeah, apparently you can do more customization with Veadotube. That's the next thing I want to go ahead and do. My first thing is, I guess I'm kind of arbitrarily going through the steps. Yeah, because with the PNG tubing, I mean, if you think about it, a PNG tube, your PNGtuber your PNG avatar is essentially just the still life version of your live 2D, ultimately. You know, that's how far it can actually go. Oh, I'm definitely going to. There's this one person, I don't remember her name. I'd actually have to look, which shouldn't really be difficult because it's not like I don't have her. I didn't subscribe immediately, but she apparently does a lot of custom work with Veadotube Studio, and her stuff really goes. Only Virtual Ray is her name on YouTube. Only Virtual Ray, and her model, if you look at it, it's actually a Vroid that she has customized the unholy crap out of. Because, yeah, the biggest thing that I thought of with the Vroids, I mean, I wanted to use it because part of what I want to do with this whole Inception arc is I'm gonna cut videos from these and, you know, post them up, and it's like, hey, here's how I got started. And, you know, part of the whole content is, you know, here's how I became a PNGtuber. Here's how I did a Vroid. Here's me suffering in live 2D. Yeah, exactly. And she in some of her tutorials, she actually shares how she does that. So, you know, the main trick that she does is she basically lowers all of the actual shading settings, and she actually hand paints the shadings into the actual textures. So that's partly how she gets like that depth of shadow and stuff in her model. It's because she's not relying on the crappy, you know, the kind of the stock shaders that's in Vroid. But yeah, watching her videos, she's making me looking forward to messing around in VStudio. No, who am I kidding? I am looking forward to Vroid Studio. You know, because mainly I don't want to just be a PNGtuber the entire time, and you know, and I want to have some kind of a presence. Plus, it'll give me something to do on stream when I'm not doing anything else. But how does this work? I mean, you're not wrong, you know? Because that's exactly what Vroid is at the most basic level. I think really the issue is that people will spend, you know, money on outfits or what, you know, different outfits and stuff like that, like the accessories, to try to customize their model, but they don't really delve really deep into how far you can customize the actual avatar settings to really make it look unique. And that's one of the things I want to definitely explore, because I want to use it as like a quickie tool for, you know, for my character development look, you know, just to, you know, to kind of play with different options. Because yeah, when I first looked at Viewer and I started looking at all the stuff out there, I'm like, wow, they actually look more similar than most anime characters. So what do I do? Do I do a window capture on this? this is Veadotube Mini. This is their default PNG, their sample, and their mascot, the deer. I don't think I did this right because you're not supposed to see the window in full, right? So the whole interesting thing with Veadotube is that if you're not on the window actively, it hides the interface. But then when you mouse over it, you get to see the interface and how it actually sets, and you can see. Oh, right! I can crop out the title. That's a good point. I'll do that in a second. Because right now, so it's got the 4 images and the key state, but first thing I want to do is I want to adjust the mic because obviously I am a low talker and I'm not hitting the threshold to make the mouth move. Like, I have to talk a lot louder, and now I actually sound like a deer that's yelling. Yeah, Veadotube is totally free. Well, it's donationware. So basically, pay what you can. Support the devs. Blah blah blah. At the moment, I am in between, so I'm trying it out for the moment, but I do intend to send the dev a nice fat donation later. Really, I swear. But I want to try it out just to kind of make sure that it actually is going to suit what I want to do first. So let's see, I'm going to go ahead and lower this. So now generally when I talk, now I just look like a yapping deer. Blah, 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 blah. Echo. But that's not bad for a talking deer in a bucket. And there's no extra expressions. Yeah, actually, isn't that whole that watermark that you remove, it's basically that VTube Studio itself is completely free, but the actual plugin that does the face tracking has the watermark. Yeah, the deep voice. Your soul belongs to me. Who am I? I am Satan. I am here for your soul. Call me Iron Mouse. Just kidding. Yeah, you can actually go. I saw in Steam, if you go, you actually go to the. It's not VTube Studio. You buy the plugin for the face tracking, and I forgot what it's called off the top of my head. But yeah, that's the thing that costs $15, which I thought was awesome. Except for the little thing, one itsy bitsy teensy bit. I mean, and I've already tested. Well, you saw my first couple of videos. It's like I was testing VTube Studio because I just wanted to jump in and start playing with stuff. But I mean, when you load it up, it's actually got these notices. So it's got these notices in it that basically state webcam tracking software is purely experimental in macOS. Now, it works perfectly fine, but the whole fact that they actually make the claim that it's all experimental, just again, lack of love for the Mac. Oh yeah, no, the webcam stuff apparently is pretty good. It works pretty well on, or I should say it works really well on PC. But, and I didn't have, well, it was okay on Mac. I'm not going to say it was like perfect or it was great or anything, but you know what? It worked. It worked, and that was good enough for me. So, what I want to do, I think I should maybe, no, you should turn this up, but yeah. That's so funny, the deep voice. I am Bambi, hear me roar. It's like Veadotube. Why don't you come on over here and let me fawn over you? Did I mention my sense of humor is kind of fucked up? But anyway. So what I want to do, it's cool that when you take the mouse off, it puts the background and sets it up so that it can be chroma keyed out, which means that if I add a filter, I can add a chroma key to this, right? Hey, shit, that was easy. I mean, my God, that was just stupidly easy. Although it did seem to kind of mess with the things a little bit, but you know what? For quick and dirty, that's not bad. In fact, let me go ahead and so the Veadotube, I want to crop off top window. And you know what? I'm also going to crop the sides because and then let's drop that down. And now we have, and here we have, oh shit, look, there's a deer in a bucket. Speaking in a very low voice. Feels like I had to get my Barry White on. Hey baby, how you doing? Okay, see, now that you brought that up, I cannot get this out of my head. I don't know if you've ever actually watched anything of My Little Pony. Which, again, I'm not sure what this speaks to me, but you know what? It's actually a funny show. But, so My Little Pony, there's one of the ponies that's in the main characters, whatever. Their name is Fluttershy. And she's extremely timid, extremely shy and quiet. You know, of course the trope is until you piss her off and says blah blah blah, and then she gets all assertive and whatever, but that's beside the point. But the whole funny thing is, there's this one episode, no, the purple one is like Twilight Sparkle or some shit, I forget. Fluttershy is yellow, and I think she's got like a pink mane, I forget. But it's what's funny is that there's one episode, and they basically do callbacks to it, but there's an episode where I think it's because of some kind of mushroom or some kind of drink or something, but she gets kind of in this, she gets afflicted with this, and she usually has a nice like girly kind of voice or whatever, but then all of a sudden because of this affliction and everything, she suddenly gets a really deep low voice. And she basically, she's like all Barry White now. And the gag is that everybody cracks up because now they're, instead of calling her Fluttershy, they call her Flutter Guy. Because, she sounds like Isaac Hayes. Be funny if I could find the clip of that. Let's see if this works. Pause Spotify for a second here. Is this just really quiet on my end? Let's see here. So yeah, Fluttershy is the yellow pony with the pink hair.
I
Her.
don't want to talk about it. Oh, I don't know. Seems awfully dangerous.
A little help here?
Oopsie. Sorry. Spike? Are you coming? She's an evil enchantress and she does evil dances. And if you look deep in her eyes, she will put you in trances. Then what will she do? She'll mix up an evil brew. Then she'll gobble you up in a big tasty stew. So, watch out.
You made me look ridiculous.
You made me sound ridiculous.
What about the cauldron?
And the chanting?
And the creepy decor?
Yep.
It's cute that you think that will do anything.
It might not, but they will.
So yeah, that was totally what you made me think of. No, they hired an actual dude to go ahead and do that. But yeah, just Fluttershy having that old lopey voice, that mopey sounding voice. Completely what you made me think of, you know, sitting here, Bambi in baritone. Get rid of that window. Is that Whimsies? Yeah, it sure is. Okay. So, this is what it would look like with the having a PNGtuber while I'm using Veadotube. Not bad. And again, I can hover over, I can mess with the overlay settings and stuff like that. So, cool. I didn't actually check which microphone device it's using. Okay, yeah, it's using the Logitech, so good. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do, I need 4 images. Well, theoretically, 4. For the blinking and whatever else, but for the very first PNGtuber that I want, the first very PNGtube image, because I don't actually have a form yet, I kind of want to do like something like a ghost. So like Japanese ghost or yokai, how they're basically, you know, they're usually like a, you know, in Japanese lore, it's typically just somebody in like the death, their death kimono, and, you know, not necessarily always a death. Like if it's a yokai, it's just whatever clothes that they're normally wearing. But with yokai, they basically have like a mask or a covering over their face. So I'm thinking that for now, while I'm working out the actual character details, in order to just simply have an avatar as opposed to a disembodied voice, or baritone Bambi, then I just want to have something there, and I'll just do something kind of simple like that. You know, a basic form, nothing spectacular. And I think it'd be kind of like a little funky thing. And I can add additional things like state, emotion, sort of like, you know, like maybe a blushing face or whatever else, but just something kind of basic looking for the moment. But I wanted to see what Veadotube was going to look like. At least using the default avatar. But I don't know, the deer, it just looks kind of wild, yapping back and forth. It's like, kind of reminds me of a Muppet, you know, just like the flappy mouthy opening thing. So it is just kind of funny. Like if I could keep the volume up high enough and stuff while it's doing these, looks like, oh, yeah. I'm sorry, that probably sounded completely fucking annoying over the headphones. Let me go ahead and turn the music back on. Ah, yes. Back to the lo-fi jams. It's a nice effect that they've actually got the random blinking. So let's see here. For this, I'm going to need... Oh, wait, where is it? Oh, there it goes. Oh, you know what? I guess I could change... If I'm going to change this to an art stream, I guess I could change the tags too. Ah, now see, that makes sense. Because I was wondering, I mean, it's cool and all, like finding, what you call it, Veadotube. I thought it was actually pretty neat that they actually have that, because like it does, you know, if you notice, it's basically, it's nothing but a state change. It's a state change machine, a state machine changer. And, you know, it just cycles different images depending on what state that you're in, which is cool. But I kind of figured, yeah, that's exactly what I kind of figured, like, you know, before I found out about Veadotube, what I was thinking about with PNGtubing at a basic level like the absolute simplest level that you'd have is you'd have like, you know, the actual images, the image sources inside of OBS, and you could and you know, at the basic level you could manually control which image is running at the time. So, and of course you connect it to a key binding, and then basically, like, you know, you can just essentially go ahead and talk and stuff. And so, like, yeah, like you said, with the neutral PNG, you know, so with the resting pose, the open mouth and stuff like that, that's kind of what I figure a lot of people were doing, because, you know, where they get like the visual novel effect, where the transitions are kind of slow. They're not like with Veadotube, you see like it's reacting to a specific mic level, and that's what's opening and closing, you know, that's what's switching the transitions, you know, the images between the closed mouth and open mouth. But if you're doing it manually, you'd be doing it a lot slower, and then, you know, you wouldn't be like, you know, mimicking a puppet specifically, because you wouldn't want to keep tapping the button every time you're talking and stuff, right? So the transitions tend to be slower, like I said, kind of like a visual novel style, and then the transitions usually fade between one image to another, as opposed to just being a static cut. So yeah, it makes sense, you know, that there'd be a direct plugin in OBS that would be voice activated to be able to change that. So I probably would have looked for that plugin before I found Veadotube. But then I still might, depending on, frankly, how I like Veadotube. We'll have to see. That's pretty cool, though. It's good to know. Options are important. Alright. Ooh, I am so glad I don't have the desktop view turned on. Work files. No! Not safe for stream. Oh, you know what? I actually forgot that Clip Studio Paint actually has, Clip Studio Paint EX actually has, besides the animation stuff, it has a 3D modeler built into it. Dude. I almost panicked for a second. Not that I have Pornhub running on this machine, but in this window. But it would not be Pornhub. They are not the ones whom I work for. Hey, I like X-Hamster. Although I have to say that the current one that I'm really... that's my current go-to is XNXX. Wait, should we be talking about this on stream? I mean, I'm not going to claim to be say-so. I shall never be say-so. I mean, our guys even say so. Okay. Really? It's been that long already? Damn. That's impressive. This is like what? My 4th stream, and I'm already doing like, 5 plus 6 hour streams and stuff. I'm doing it like it's nothing. Although, I mean, honestly, what? This is stuff that if I weren't streaming, I'd still be sitting here in front of my computer, pretty much doing exactly what I'm doing now. Maybe with less talking to myself.
CVS has hundreds of gifts under $20.
Helps you budget for 19 cousins.
Plus over 50 same-day photo gifts.
Yeah, I know, right?
And hundreds of stores.
So while I was doing tests, and everything, I actually ended up doing an accidental marathon.
Visit cvs.com/holiday.
I wanted to know
Funny
why
how that
some
works.
people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, there it is. So let's see. If I change the category from test, is there art? Yes, there is art. Wow, creative IRL. Those are the. Why are those locked? Instead of VTuber, maybe I'll do VVTuber, virtual VTuber. Or maybe I should just change it. If it's a virtual VTuber, am I a no-tuber? An untuber? So yeah, so you can change the category, change the looks good. So now so create a new, I guess, the window capture. And let's run with CSP. I appreciate you coming out and kind of hanging out and everything. You know, I mean, I know you're doing your own thing and stuff as well, so got me in the background and stuff. But hey, glad to have you around. Let's see, I think I'm gonna hide the chat overlay. So now for the stressful part. Trying to figure out exactly what the hell it was that I was planning on drawing in all this. I need to work on my setup more. Feels like such overkill for what's ultimately going to be a PNGtuber avatar. Yeah, I'm glad I could motivate you. And yeah, I totally understand. You're actually working later today, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, watching you and being on your stream while you were actually doing stuff totally motivated me to get up off my ass and get moving and stuff, and start working on my stream that I've been putting off and everything. So glad I could return the favor a bit. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad you don't have to be up at like 6. Yeah, I totally appreciate that. It's just once you kind of let yourself, it's basic physics if you really think about it. An object in motion tends to stay in motion, an object at rest tends to stay at rest. The longer that you stay at rest, well, the longer you stay at rest. Inertia is a hell of a thing. At the same time though, it's good that you didn't really, push yourself too hard, because the last thing you need to get sick all over again or extend your stay in bed, you know what I mean? But yeah. I mean, I think this is the cool thing about finding other people at the same, well, I mean, obviously everybody's further along than I am, but it's cool finding people who are kind of in the same general position and stuff, like where, everybody's getting together and kind of getting started, because I like that we're motivating everybody, that we're motivating each other, So yeah, totally awesome. Let's see, what do I want to do? Let's still be kind of like kind of nebulous. Yeah, right? Yeah, I know. It's kind of funny. The last few days, because like I said, my sleep schedule's all screwed up and stuff, so I'm just kind of been up about this time and everything. And all of a sudden I'll see like AI Candy get on and stuff, and I'm like, okay, she's an Aussie. I'm on Aussie time now. Blown right past, blown past Europe time, blown past Greenwich, past China. Now, yep, straight into Aussie. Oh, this is actually this is Clip Studio Paint X. I do have a subscription.
Where do holiday happenings take over every aisle? Lowe's, actually. Right now, you'll save big on everything you need for the holiday season. Get up to 50% off select pre-lit Christmas trees and holiday living LED string lights. Plus, save on your gift list with up to 50% off select tools and accessories. The holidays are here, and so are the savings. Only at Lowe's. Offers valid through 12/14. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
The holidays are filled with many traditions.
This is always the hardest part for me. Just kind of getting started with visualizing what exactly it is that I'm looking for.
And this year, it's time for a new one. A long, luxurious drive to nowhere in particular. Hold on.
I mean, I don't want,
it's
like,
the holiday
just
season. Reflect on the past and
the
celebrate the
standard,
future. This season
like,
without
okay, here's a, you know, a basic male tuber or whatever. But at the same time, like I said, I wanted something a little bit more formless. The foggy stairs. Yeah, the stair tuber lives. The dreaded stairs. I still have to get used to, like, actually working on a tablet though. It still kind of throws me off. I'm not like the cool kids. I don't have like a Cintiq, so my tablet or whatever is still the kind that doesn't have a screen attached. So I'm looking up at a screen while moving my hand. The people who swear by this shit basically tell me that, oh, you get a better sense of proprioception that way. So, you know, you get a feel for the whole hand-eye coordination, the whole hand-eye movement, and I say, yeah, fuck no. Give me a damn screen. But yeah, Stairway to Isekai. I was actually kind of thinking about how I got isekai'd in the first place. So did I just go up the stairs? Did I go up the stairs and just kind of like walk off the side or fall over, and then once I hit the top, all of a sudden it's like, you know, like a portal opens up, and then, you know, like I go through a door and whatever. $80. That's a really good price. The tablet I'm using right now is actually a Wacom. It's a Wacom Intuos. It's a hand-me-down from my brother when he got his Cintiq. Bastard. But yeah, so he stopped using this tablet, gave it to, basically gave it to me for me to go ahead and practice and stuff on and whatnot such. But I actually got lucky, and a while back, my first tablet that I had, I found, you know how Aldi, yes, the actual store Aldi, how they have like their little section with, they've got like their miscellaneous goods and stuff, and sometimes you can just find some really neat stuff. Like sometimes they'll have like tool sets, other times they'll have like like yoga mats and stuff like that. So yeah, Yes, they had a drawing tablet. And because it was some kind of weird clearance, I got it for $25. Completely random, out of the blue, just happened to be like, cruising through and stuff, and they had it's a fairly small tablet. It's like maybe like 12 inches, right? But I mean, it's cool because it fits in my laptop bag and I can take it with me and go places and stuff. But for $25, it worked decently well. It's like, hey, completely random. They do. That is actually one of the most random things I ever got from Aldi. The other random thing I got is a vacuum-based vice grip, which I had to buy in principle because, everybody needs a vice grip. So, yeah, the ergonomic grip. I mean, I was kind of impressed. It's fairly small. It's like maybe about like the jaws themselves are like 4-inch jaws, but it's a bench vice. It's a miniature bench vice with a vacuum base that you can attach to the table. Which my dad had kind of something similar to that a long time ago, so I thought it was pretty neat that that they had this thing. But yeah, it's for what it is, because it obviously doesn't weigh a whole lot and everything, but for having 4-inch jaws, but it's actually got a pretty good wide opening. So yeah, I can easily hold a 6x6 in it, a 6x6 beam. The end of it, anyway. So, but yeah, I've learned to always peruse that section of Aldi because you never know what you're gonna find. Like, always with the totally random stuff. So, I only need like the top half because, this part's going to be below over right has to be right over left, because kind of speaking of unliving, a lot of people actually put their kimonos on backwards. Yes, especially like, you know, Western people tend to, like, you know, not wear a kimono correctly. So the whole thing with kimono, well, number one, a kimono is not a bathrobe, first and foremost. So when you're wearing a kimono, you're always supposed to go ahead, and when you put it on, you should always actually have the left over the right. See, when it comes to bathrobes and stuff, you know, women will, you know, flip it over and reverse it, because, you know, that's what you do in the West with, like, you know, bathrobe and stuff. But the problem is, you know, in Japan, the whole idea of the, like, you know, of the right over left, that actually signifies, that symbolizes death, right? So if you actually, so basically when they bury people in kimono, they actually put it on with, like, they actually put it on, you know, in that way backwards, right? And so that's, you know, so that's like their significance. That's, you know, how they symbolize, like, you know, dead people. And then of course the flip, you know, the other thing that they do is, if you look at anime and stuff where they've got, you know, when they're drawing people with it, they'll put, like, the little, like, you know, triangle with, like, you know, the bandana with the triangle on top and stuff.
Down to the wire.
But yeah, that's how they how they symbolize and represent ghosts and stuff. But yeah, dead people are the ones who wear kimono with, like, you know, the right over left instead of left over right.
Like baking.
So just remember, as long as you're living and breathing, it's always left over right.
And in-laws.
For kimono.
And this year, it's time for a new one. A long, luxurious drive.
Since I went with the Japanese character for me,
it's the holiday season. Reflect on the past.
Then
the future.
What I should do is, I think what I want is, I'm gonna draw a character wearing a jinbei, or is it called it? Yeah, that's a jinbei. Basically the casual clothes. Oh wait, wrong brush size. There we go. So let's see, for the jinbei, I'm gonna go ahead and out. Alright, dude. Hey, man, it was cool having you over. Great hanging. Thanks for hanging out and stuff. Yeah. This is like my second longest stream ever so far. And yeah, glad to have the company. I'm glad I could help. So, I mean, like I said, the least I could do to return the favor, because I know you've given me plenty of ideas. So, and you have a good night and everything, bro. Alright, man. You have a good night, Bez. Buenas noches. Con. does that look again? Although, what time is it? It's been 6 hours? Yeah, it's actually almost been 6 hours, 5 hours, 53 minutes. So I'm thinking... Well, I'm thinking I need a couple of reference pictures because I forget how this is supposed to go. I need to look this up because I'm pretty sure that that's too high up. Let's go down here in their waist ties, right? Something like that. I need to look up reference pictures. Let's see here. Ah, there we go. Okay, right. So I was on the right track. Right, so Jinpei basically does have a tie on the side like that, alright. So Then let's see here. So this may come down like this, but this is gonna come all the way down. Actually, it's gonna be a lot steeper. Because you got the head and then Isn't there a tie? Yeah. The tie is right around here. So it's going to wind up bunching up around here. So something along these lines. And so, yeah, and across the front. Maybe having it tied in the back. Let's see if they're looking this way. Something like that.
CVS has hundreds of gifts under $20.
Helps you budget for 19 cousins.
Plus over 50 same-day photo gifts.
Give the gift of your face on a puzzle.
And hundreds of stores open 24 hours for all your essentials.
Happy all the days from CVS.
Visit cvs.com/holiday.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh. Balloon clean past 6 hours. Didn't even notice. Well, part of me certainly notices. Alright. I need to work on this a little bit more. But I am getting to a point. This is probably a good stopping point for right now. I can pick this up a little bit later. So, yeah, okay. But I at least got some of, like, you know, the basic overlay type stuff in. So that was actually kind of cool. And, well, hey. It's not terrible. Not a terrible start. Maybe play around with little sketches and get, you know, kind of get a more definite feel for what I want. But again, I don't want to put too much time into this because, again, this is supposed to be a little bit more formless, but I'm going to definitely kind of round this out and give it a much more cartoonish look to it. So, again, quick and dirty, probably go ahead and kind of redo this, then restylize it on, you know, the next stream, and see where it goes from there. But this was just kind of like a quickie, just to give me an idea of what I was thinking of, flesh out the different thoughts that I had, some different experiments. And, well, hey, cool. Alrighty. So, given all that, I guess I'm just going to go ahead and call it. Anybody listening to this on stream later on, much appreciated. Thanks for sticking out this whole time. And, hey, you know, I hoped that you come and see me again and, you know, catch me live, come say hi, whatever else. So, alright. Coolness. I think for kicks, I'm going to test rating whims. Just because. I wonder if she's actually still on. She should be. Yep.